Okay, so basically, what we want to do today is focus on. So what we want to do is, anytime a user comes in, we want to ask them what news are they bringing to the table. So pretty much, ask them like, what did they hear about today? Like, what breaking news did they hear about today, and we discuss it with them.
Okay.
Try not to gear the conversation too much about our memories. So like reminiscing, kind of like, I don't know if you notice, like sometimes as a host, like sometimes we like start like talking about our past experiences, and it focuses more on us than the actual people that are on there.
Mm-hmm.
So try to communicate with them and interact with them so that they're interacting with us.
Okay.
And just being be more engaging and stuff. I'm speaking for myself too. I'm speaking in third person, kind of like to myself also.
Okay. I
So-
understand in general. Yeah.
So yeah, just keep the consensus like that, and
Okay.
pretty much. So let's begin.
Okay.
Log in. Refresh my page. Let's start this because just mute it like that. Good morning, everyone on Blab and Meerkat, Periscope, and all our other streaming medias. Thank you so much for joining us on this awesome Saturday morning. I'm here with my co-host, Jada, and we're going to go ahead and be discussing news interactively with all you guys. There's a lot of news happening this week, so we have a lot to catch up on for the people that don't really keep in touch with the news. What's going on? We have Kirill in the house. Kirill, how's your day going so far?
What is my news? Speaking talking about tomatoes. He wants to
Tomatoes.
So what kind of news do you have for us today, Kirill? What do you have from the newsroom?
Actually, not much news. I just did my regular stuff, so really don't have any news, guys. But what is news going on? What is going on in the world? Tell me, because I'm a little like, stop. Potatoes? There is no potatoes.
Okay. So we have a lot of things that happened throughout this week. One of the topics that is trending right now is the Jonas Blizzard. So let's go ahead and take a look and see what's going on with that right now on DINtv. But have you heard anything about the blizzard so far, Amanda?
Actually, yes. I'm from Washington, D.C., so all my friends are like, yeah, we're going to be snowed in. We're getting all this snow. And some are excited about it because then they can just, relax and get work off for a few days. And then others are like, oh, no. But
Yep, I hope our Periscope, Meerkat, and Blab viewers in Washington and the East Coast, they can just chill and watch us.
Hang out.
Just keep talking.
So for DC, if anyone is from there, the Northeast, please join in and let us know your comments. But going up there, like a lot of people, expect snow, but then it comes and they kind of freak out, kind of, not the best drivers around and kind of sliding all over the road and different kinds of things. So the whole city kind of shuts down. But I don't know. You've lived up north. You've lived in cold climates. Like, what is your experience with that?
Oh, it's really tough, actually. First time I have been enjoying here there is no actually any seasons, just one summer season, sometimes hotter, sometimes colder.
Yes.
But if you live in north, especially, you live in DC, so you know also the differences.
Yes, we have seasons, but
yes, and especially winter season, you have to be very careful when you drive. You have to be it's a lot of some small details that affect your life when you live from north. But there is also a lot of big advantages like skiing, mountain skiing. How to say this? When people ski, when
Snowboard?
yeah,
Snowboarding and
snowboarding and
sledding, all that good stuff.
figure skiing or skating. Uh,
Figure skating? Ice
yeah.
skating?
Yes.
Mhm.
Ice skating.
Definitely. And I know just a news article for you guys. There's been a lot of
What is going
casualties.
on in the world?
There's been a lot of
What
casualties.
news? Tell me.
Okay.
What news I can talk back to?
Yeah.
What is the news?
As of right now, 3 states, the motorists that are in the blizzards right now are stuck and stranded on the roads as we speak right now for hours at a time. I actually have an article here that I can share with you guys just so you get an idea about it. But I don't understand, why would you be in the middle of the road like on a motorcycle while there's a blizzard? Like, you should be at home just relaxing and enjoying your family, you know?
But sometimes some emergency, for instance, couple years ago, there was a big story about a surgeon, a neurosurgeon who walked like, I don't know, 30 miles because all traffic just stopped, and he walked 30 miles by snow, under the snow, to perform the surgery because he couldn't get into hospital by car.
Wow. That's
Just
crazy.
walked. Yeah, it's a real hero because a lot of people will just say, oh, okay, I cannot get my work, so, but he did. So it's a real story. Just a couple years ago.
And I think to your point, like, people have to work, so they go out anyway if they have to, you know. And sometimes they just get stuck. Like,
Yeah, no, but such weather condition, it's obvious force majeure. Speaking legal language, it's act of God, act of weather. You cannot do anything. If you couldn't get it to work, you should be fine because it's emergency. It's nothing you can do.
Yeah.
I mean, apparently Reagan from Twitter says that her dog is loving the snow. He's just like living it up.
Yes, for dogs,
playing in the snow, all that stuff. And we have a couple of other tweets here from other people. One for D Sam saying a little snowing on the farm. So she has a video there you guys can click on and
guys,
test.
I like that you using this content. This is what we need to do to initiate the discussions.
Okay.
Guys, I have to leave, but again, if something happened technical standpoint, you can call Nectar on Skype. Nectar already in California, so he has 3 times like behind. Yes, I mean not behind.
3 hours behind.
Only on 3 times. So, and he on Skype, and I also, but so.
Okay, I'll hit him up. I'll hit him up if anything happens. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Okay, guys.
Bye. Stay safe.
Bye. Yeah.
Okay, so in other news, there's a lot going on with this blizzard. I mean, I've been hearing a lot of stories of people just chilling. I actually read an article this morning about how the ads on Craigslist spiked up during the snowstorm, and there are a lot of like funny ads for the snowstorms. I can actually pull that up. But have you ever been in a snowstorm before?
I have, growing up north, I definitely have. Like, DC kind of has moderate winters. We don't get crazy blizzards all the time, but it definitely has happened before. And like I mentioned, kind of like everybody freaks out. Kind of like in Florida, you expect the rain, but you still freak out about it. I don't know, but I know, like a few years ago, the last blizzard that hit the Northeast, it was something like you were talking about, where everybody like kind of got stuck for hours and hours in their car, and they just had to abandon their cars on the highway. And then a lot of people would like rent a hotel, but then the hotels sold out.
Wow.
They had people like walking down the road in the snow. So it was kind of crazy. So hopefully that's not too extreme this time, but it sounds like kind of the same stories happening. So
I know, like, just to pull up about the articles with the New York looking for snow buddies during the storm. Apparently, if you're looking to cozy up and cuddle and make some sweet snowed in loving with someone when the flakes fall on the city and the city shuts down, look under the personal ads on Craigslist and you'll see a slew of listings for New Yorkers who want a special someone to keep them company during the upcoming snowstorm. Some are looking for a cuddle buddy, while others are planning for more intimate and explicit times. Either way, a person to share a hot chocolate or two. So, some of the examples of the ad subject lines have been "Ride it out on the snowstorm with a fun Italian guy." Another one, "Hang out and drink a lot of wine, have a little fun in Netflix, movies and more and fun." Another one says Netflix and chill. There's a New Yorker for that too. So there's a lot going on with that. Do you think you put a Craigslist ad looking for a snow buddy?
Well, I mean, right now I have a boyfriend, so I don't think I
A snow friend?
right now, but I mean, maybe a snow friend, yeah, to share like some like stories and some fire
camp stories. Like, where are you gonna
fire? Like share some, you know, like just like hang out.
Where would you put that fire? You're in a house.
Well, I don't know. Maybe it has a fireplace.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right.
I mean,
that'd be
marshmallows,
awesome.
tell a story. I don't know.
I've never experienced that. Like, I would love to experience like a snowed in, like in front of the fireplace, and everything's just like crackling, and you're just like booed up, and you're just like looking at the fire, planning out your life.
Yes, you can be so lazy, and you don't feel guilty because you can't go anywhere, you can't move.
Exactly, and just like order in and Netflix and chill. You know,
Yeah.
Why not? You know,
I mean,
why
some people
not?
still come; they'll still deliver.
But you would have to. I feel like you'd have to tip them even more.
More because you're
right?
like, oh, you're so nice. Like, look at
What do you guys on Meerkat and Periscope think? Do you guys think that the delivery guys that go out there during the snowstorms should get like extra tips? Like, would you add like more like 10% on there? Or?
I definitely would. I don't know what you guys think out there, but I
See
definitely.
me, I'm a bad tipper. Like, that's why I always pay credit card, because I don't like giving them the actual cash. Like, because when they see it, I feel like I just like get the receipt, sign it, and just give it to them. So by the time they look and see what the tip is, my door's already closed. I'm eating my food. Like,
Well, they've gotten smart now, where they like make you do it beforehand, like online, so they can see it already. And then like I've started putting cash in that bar because otherwise they think you're not tipping them.
Oh,
and then they get kind of weird, and I don't like that.
Yeah, I don't want anybody handling my food getting
Does
weird.
anybody do deliveries? Does anybody have like the down low on that?
Yeah,
Come and talk
tell
to
us. Tell us on DINtv.com, our Peercat, our Meerkat and Periscope viewers. I know it's an early Saturday morning. Wake up with us. We would love to hear what you guys heard throughout this week when it comes to news. We're open to hearing all types of new stuff, you guys. So always come through to DINtv.com so that you guys can fill us in on what's really going on in the world.
Yeah,
So,
anything and everything. Come talk to us.
awesome. So, what are some other things that we can talk about right now? There are my 3-year-old son tripped on the escalator. Wow. Okay. So that actually sounds like a Reddit story, but we can actually go ahead and take a look at that. What would you do if your kid fell down an escalator
That would be horrible.
other than freak out?
I mean, it would be different severity if it was up or down. I don't know. Was it up? I don't know. We're talking about down would be like falling down the stairs. I'd be really freaked out. Let's see
Okay.
what the story is.
Well, as of right now, this is the picture for the story. And this is what happened to the little kid when he fell. This is the picture of his foot. And if you click on that link, it actually tells you to the story of actually how it happened. But I'll go ahead and read it out for you guys just so you can see what it's about. What's your brief premise? At a rail station and shopping malls around the world, reports are popping up of people, particularly young children, getting their toes caught in the escalators. The one common theme seems to be the clinky, soft, coilless clogs known by the name of the most popular brand, Crocs. So it looks like the Crocs that the kids are wearing are being caught up in the escalators and causing them to be like dragged by the rubber that's on there. So that's definitely a safety hazard.
I remember as a kid, like my mom would tell me not to get my
Hey,
shoelaces.
Din, thank you so much for joining us on Periscope. We see you. Come join us on DINtv.com.
So, I mean, to get rubber stuck, I don't know. Like, I wouldn't imagine that, but I guess, you know, need to be careful. Like, I remember, has anyone seen that show from a long time ago, like 911?
911. No,
I don't
I've
know.
never
It's like
seen that.
old, and like they would show emergencies all the time, like, you know, just like a TV show about like emergencies and like people.
Oh, you mean
Rescue 911 or something like that?
No, it's
And,
called
like, I don't know.
Bad Boys or something, or like
I would get
Cops.
super scared
That's what it's
about
called.
this because like I still can see it in my head, like this little kid like getting stuck in the escalator and like the clothes like tightening up, and so I freak out. I'm kind of scared of escalators, actually. I don't know. Is anyone else scared of escalators?
I mean,
Come and talk to us.
yeah, come and talk to us. We would love to hear about your. Is that actually a phobia? Let's look up and see if that's an actual phobia for that name, like scared of escalator phobia. Like you can use that stuff to like look for information to,
Okay.
to like talk about. But I can go ahead and look up and see what's the name for a person who is scared of escalators. Come on, DINtv, and tell us what you would do if your kid got caught up in the escalator.
Escalophobia.
Escalophobia. Go ahead and read the definition for our viewers who aren't able to see that.
Causes of fear of escalators phobia. In most cases of escalophobia stem from the fear of heights. Then there are some people who do not actually fear going up the escalator, but they freeze when it is coming down. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Here's some tweets here about the situation, what you would do. Let's see. I have some comments here from some viewers. One person said that let's see here. When you step at the top of the escalator, the stair in front of you is more or less flat. It moves downwards to become one flat sidewalk surface. If your feet are too far forward when the one above in the front drops down and the shoe is grippy enough, it'll grab it and drag it down into the belt of the escalator, neatly ripping off your foot. Wow, that's
ripping off your foot.
I mean,
that's a very nice way of putting that.
Right? I really don't want to be walking on an escalator and having to fear my feet being like ripped out of the socket, you know?
No.
That's pretty intense.
I think I'll be using the elevators.
Yeah. But our blab viewers, let's see what our blab viewers have to say. Our blabbers aren't talking today, and no. Periscope and Meerkat.
Nobody's awake yet, I don't think.
Everybody's sleeping on the East Coast, you know. Hi, boss. Hi, boss Lunk.
Boss Lunk? Boss Lunk, come and talk to us. DINtv.com.
Is anybody talking to you on Meerkat?
I don't think so.
Wait, hold on. Let me find it. But let's go ahead and discuss some of the breaking news that you heard this week. What is something that what story during this week caught your eye?
So,
how do you feel about the Stacy Dash and controversy when it comes to BET and her wanting to get rid of Black History Month?
Oh, we're talking about the actress from the 90s that was talking about how we need to either have BET or have like all together, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I think you could argue either way. I mean, I definitely understand you know, with Jada Pickett Smith. You know, she's been boycotting the Academy Awards
Mm-hmm.
about how there weren't any or enough or any black actors nominated for that, African American, and I don't know, Stacy Dash. I guess her opinion. I mean, I could go either way. I don't really know if I have an opinion about it. Is what I'm saying.
Okay. Do you have any other news that you heard this week that you would want to talk about?
Well, not to bring up politics, but I mean,
bring up anything.
I'm always down for that.
Yes.
So I was reading an article on Vox, actually, about Bernie Sanders and his kind of policies that he's proposing. And I had some comments about it because, let me see if I can find the article.
Just some idea of Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders is one of the candidates that are running for president. He's actually one of the more popular Democratic candidates, along with Hillary. So it's kind of torn between those two that are probably going to be nominated as a Democratic candidate.
Correct.
But as of right now, I would more side with Bernie Sanders, being as his views, a lot of his views fall in line with what I feel like should be done when it comes to the government. So I would definitely side with Bernie on that end.
Well, mine is a little bit more opposing view. And I was trying to find the article because basically it was laying out like what the tax plan would look like in the future for the programs he's proposing in order to pay for them. So it was showing like a breakout of how our income would be taxed, and
keep talking, I'll look for it.
Thank you. And how some of the brackets would double, and this would be in order to pay for the things like free college education, free healthcare, free I don't know, whatever else is on that list. And basically, you're taxing corporations, you're taxing income, you're taxing all these things. So having an understanding of like economics with my, things like that, it just, it's going to cause businesses to not be able to stay afloat. It's going to cause like unemployment, because if they close, then those people that work for them are going to lose their jobs.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have, we have people with free college, but they have no job. So, I mean, to me, it didn't make a lot of sense. But again, that's my political views. I mean, I think people should,
Why don't you go ahead and open up that article that we posted here?
Okay.
And then let me see here. I'm going to post it into the DINtv so it pops up on your end, and you can go ahead and go through the different.
Let's see if it's the same article.
Media
This one.
Mm-hmm. And it breaks down like what he's going to do with the jobs and the wages and so on and so forth.
Okay, so let me read a little bit. It says, on Monday, the Wall Street Journal published an article claiming that presidential candidate Bernie Sanders backs $18 trillion in new spending over a decade. Since then, multiple media outlets have refuted that claim with a litany of facts and basic policy changes which could make the actual cost for his proposed programs negligible by replacing current government programs that are bloated and inefficient. Accurate or not, the $18 trillion figure has immediately conjured images of red flags bearing the likeliness of Karl Marx, waving overcrowded plazas filled with American citizens standing in line all day to buy $8 rolls of government toilet paper. It was intended to scare people and tell them that Sanders intends to spend America into bankruptcy. So, but would he? Bernie Sanders is confident that his brand of democratic socialism could replace our current system of corporate welfare. in 2013, taxpayers doled out 217 billion in subsidies and tax breaks to corporations. In return, they got flat wages as well as higher housing costs and healthcare. So, what does the standard solution look like? Okay, I do have a comment if I can input on that, and then I'll keep going. But as far as like,
let's see here. Let's find a subject here. What have you been reading up on like lately in the news, like in terms of like movies or anything like that that you'd be able to like speak on? Or,
well, there was a topic here about Sundance. I guess that's going on right now, like the premieres.
what do you do on a typical Saturday? We're on DIN3 right now. We're going to talk about the hashtag Saturday. What's a typical Saturday for you guys? On Meerkat Periscope, come through to DINtv.com and tell us, what do you guys do on a typical Saturday morning? What's your Saturday morning routine?
What's my Saturday morning routine? Well, I always wake up and have some coffee. I have to have coffee. I'm one of those people that I can't function without coffee. And it's, you know, it depends on the weather, but right now it's winter in Miami, but still very nice. So I like to take a run, you know, get my day
That's
started
good.
with a run and kind of like clear my head from the week and just like, I don't know. So
What did you do last Saturday?
last Saturday, that's what I did last Saturday. It was like really warm and I took a run along the beach and like before I came here.
Well, lately, since the year started, my Saturdays have really been antisocial, honestly. Like, it's just been really like working.
Yeah.
Getting like my year planned out so that I'm able to squeeze in a lot of that stuff. So I usually get that stuff done in January, like making sure, planning out my year for it. And then from there, I interject my social life.
I see.
But a typical Saturday morning for me is getting up at like 6 o'clock in the morning. I'm usually on my phone, on my laptop, like for a good hour and a half, just like doing my social media stuff and my blog stuff.
Very
And then
cool.
I'll go to the gym at around 9:30 because I have a cycling class that happens around that time.
Love cycling.
And then from there, sauna for like 20 minutes, and then go home, take a shower, make a smoothie, and then come to work.
Got it.
Work, and then
work.
and then I leave work, see what any of my friends are doing. If they're not doing anything, I'll just go home and like work on my other projects that like I put on the back burner. Like if I have a video that I haven't finished editing for like the past 2 months, I'll like go and jump on that real quick and finish it.
Very cool.
So, I mean, yeah, that's pretty much a Saturday for me. But I usually get random Saturdays where it's just like going to brunch with some friends or road tripping somewhere to like a spring or something like that. But mostly it's work.
Yeah.
Work, and then like social media work and then like brand work. So it's just like branding and working all the time.
So it's a constant job, right? Always on.
Well, this guy, Weekends with Ramesh, let's see what he does over here.
Wow.
I still think that he's alive. I miss him so much. Andre, ಹೇಳಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. Friendship ಅನ್ನು ಶಾಶ್ವತ. I still want him the same issue.
Okay, I don't know what that's about.
Was that in English? I couldn't tell.
I not tell at all, actually. But our blabbers and our Periscope peeps, I don't know what's going on with my Periscope. I see we have 2 viewers here, but my phone isn't loading it for some reason. I don't know what's going on. Hold on.
Our viewers on Periscope and Meerkat have a lot to say about
we see all 8 of you guys on Meerkat. Thank you so much for joining us on DINtv. You guys are free to ask us questions. Just come to DINtv.com. We'll be more than happy to answer them. Or you can also post them on Meerkat, and we can go ahead and discuss them on there too.
How America's dullest city got cool. I wonder what that's about.
Okay, so the next subject that we're gonna go ahead and hit is how America's dullest cities got cool. So let's go ahead and take a look at DIN 1 and see what that hype's about. Over here. This highlight here. All right, so the story here is how the dullest cities in America's got cool. So let's go ahead and take a look at this link here, just so you guys can take a look at that right there. So do you guys live in a cool city? Tell us where you guys live. Right now, me and Amanda, we're in Miami. So what do you feel about Miami? Do you think Miami's a cool city?
I feel like Miami's pretty cool. I mean, it's definitely fun. You can find pretty much whatever you're looking for, and it's warm all year round. I mean, I don't know if it gets cooler than that. For me, water sports, boating, clubs, beach.
What's the most fun you had in Miami? Like, what's the activity that you've done where it's been memorable, like in Miami, that you would consider cool, like a cool experience?
Like a cool experience. I mean, there's always like events going on here. So like, you know, we have like the boat show coming up soon. So like, people from all over the world come here to like look at yachts, and you know, you can go and see the boats. You can view stuff. You know, like it's open to people to go. Like clubs, like of course, there's like celebrities here all the time. You know, always something happening. Like rooftop parties, beach parties, like we have.
Yeah, there's always a lot of stuff to do. Like, it's a sunny place. If you're somebody who likes the sun, the beach, music, and drinking and stuff like that, like Miami's the place for you, because there's
even this past week at the like Fontainebleau, they had like a film conference. So like people from all over the world, from LA, from South America, from everywhere, come here to meet.
To schmooze it up.
Yeah, exactly.
See, like I'm not a drinker or a partier like that, so that's not really like.
Well, like I said, you can find anything, anything you want. You know.
So you're like more like a naturey person that likes to like camp and like do like weird sciencey stuff, like I do. Like I'll go to the planetarium. Like I went 2 weeks ago.
That's really cool.
With my friend. I love doing like weird stuff like that. Like the other day, like I actually went to the IMAX Science Theater and they had like this documentary about whales.
Okay.
In 3D, and I went there and watched that.
Here. I never had one in Tampa.
It's in downtown Miami.
That's pretty cool.
I don't know. I just like doing stuff that's very like reminiscent to like my childhood, but like adulty kind of. Okay. So like, yeah, I like going to the planetarium, but now I'm an adult, so I like going to the planetarium stoned. So it's like a different experience. It's the same, but
I'm sure the stars look a little bit.
They're beautiful.
Different perspective, but
yeah, it's just it's a good time. It's a good time. I just love science and like the world in a sense of like understanding the mechanics of it and how it works as like an entity in itself. But yeah, that's cool stuff that you can do in Miami. Miami has a huge art scene that's really coming up, especially when it comes to this generation and the whole pop art scene and like light installations, and you're seeing more of a urban influence when it comes to art instead of it being so like stuffy and like so like that. It's really cool now to be an artist in Miami because you get more recognition now with Art Basel becoming the powerhouse that it is now.
Definitely.
So there's a lot of things. There's a niche for everyone in Miami. Now, in the past 3 years, it's become like that. It wasn't really like that before.
Yeah.
Wynwood wasn't really around 3 years ago, 4 years ago. Like that whole area has come up a lot since then. It's more or less hipster town. The like triangle wearing, like coffee drinking, glasses wearing hipsters, like all conjugate down in Wynwood and just look at the murals and take pictures in front of them and just look sad in all their pictures. Basically.
Yes.
I'm basically describing my Instagram, but it's okay.
I like watching them because they'll do the murals like, you know, and then they'll
live
change them, and then you can just walk by and see what they're doing.
We could actually pull up some pictures of some of the murals that are in Wynwood, so you guys can check it out and see. We would love to hear from you guys and for you guys to tell us like what you guys think about what's going on in your city and what's a cool thing that you guys could do in your city too. So,
like in the Wynwood walls, I know they have yoga there. Like you can do yoga with art. It's like a lot of cool different stuff going on in Miami right now.
Yeah, so you have just like you always have like some random people taking pictures in front of the walls and the murals that are over there. Here's one here. If it's gonna work, let's try again.
And all of it is like interconnecting. So like Wynwood is whatever kind of art, like, and if you go a little bit further, you have the design district, which is more designers and fashion and that kind of centered. So I really like how they're like kind of bringing it all together.
Definitely.
On the whole spectrum.
Yeah, because like I mean, art is so expressive. Art is like its own person in a sense. People are so complex, and so are the art pieces that people make. Like people have different perceptions of art. That you can create one statue, and people can have 5 different perceptions of what you've created. Exactly. So it's just that's what art is. It's just finding that person that it evokes that particular emotion out of them when they see it. You know, like this right here. Here's a really cool mural that's down in Wynwood. So I mean, we have some incredible artists here in Miami. If you're an artist here in Miami or any artist here, we would love to hear from you and pick your mind. So Periscope and Meerkat viewers, come through and talk to us. We would love to hear from you guys.
Tell us kind of I'm curious to know like inspiration, you know, like there's always a story behind it. Like,
yeah, I feel like all art, like anything, any form of art, always has like a story or some type of meaning to the artist that like I feel like only the artist will fully comprehend.
Yes,
we might get echoes of it, but we'll never understand the actual like premise of it, like the foundation of it.
Yes.
Here's like another cool mural that's there too. I've actually taken a picture in front of that mural too.
Oh, it's pretty cool.
So yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff here in Miami. There's also, let's see here, in other cities. If you guys take a look at our DINtv, we can see other stuff that are happening in other cities pertaining to this topic. Let's see here. So, what are some other cool cities that you guys been to? Another cool city. What's a cool city that you'd want to visit? You guys tell us on Meerkat and Blab. But Amanda, what about you? What are some cool cities that you would want to visit?
Well, I would like to go to Las Vegas again. I went there for a brief moment, but you know, I haven't been in a while, and I feel like, you know, it's one of those cities that everybody like talks about, and you know, it's kind of like entertaining, but I felt like it was kind of like Disneyland for adults. It was very. I'd like to go back and experience. I use
that word to describe. I use the same analogy to describe Amsterdam because that's how it felt to me.
Yeah.
Because the house, the buildings were very like Disney-esque, like, you know, when they make those like themed places, and then there's like drinking and like smoking and like people acting crazy, like red light district, like
yes,
so
I can see that comparison.
It was interesting. Like, I don't know, like I didn't even know I was in the red light district until I was like inside of it, and I was just like, okay, this is just like a whole bunch of frat boys from all different nationalities, like acting like boys, pretty much. But another really cool story that I actually read into this week that just passed was the Pentagon unable to explain how the $800 million Afghanistan program failed. Okay, I have the article here that I can actually post to you guys on DIN so that you guys can view it yourself. But just to give you a premise of what the story is about, it's about where all the money went. The guy that runs the program said that he approved projects without having any idea how much they were going to cost. Nobody likes having a pile of taxpayer money to play with. No need to be exact. Hell, no need to even be remotely competent. Apparently, this is one of the emails that were leaked from that particular article, and it states that the Department of Defense told the Special Inspector General for Afghanistan to reconstruct SIGAR, a congressfully appointed watchdog agency, that it cannot explain how a project costing the U.S. taxpayers nearly $800 million failed to produce the intent economic growth or stabilization outcomes that justify its creation. SIGAR described the program known as the Task Force for Business and Stability Operations in testimony before the Senate Armed Forces Subcommittee on Readiness and Management Support as the Pentagon's principal vehicle for stimulating private sector investment in Afghanistan in order to reduce violence, enhance stability, and stimulate the economy. So pretty much they invested over $800 million into this program and have nothing to show for it. So the taxpayers are asking, like, what did you put into this program? What is it that you use this money for? What did you get from this? And pretty much the reason that they're stating that it failed was that the department was unable to retain the institutional knowledge, and its apparent failure to seek input from what institutional knowledge remained as DoD indicates a fundamental lack of planning that has resulted in adverse effects of oversight and accountability. He adds, this failure inhibits oversight of the activities of a task force that obligated approximately $760 million. Of nearly the $823 million that Congress had appropriated since 2009 for the program. In Afghanistan as of September 30th, 2015, nearly $760 million was obligated, and about $640 million has been dispersed. The program ended in Afghanistan in December 31st, 2014, and ceased all operations on March 31st, 2015. So after $800 million, there's nothing to show for it whatsoever. So just another amount of money that's been used and thrown in the garbage, pretty much. How do you feel about that? Like, how do you feel about the government using all this money for programs that it doesn't even show it's going to work, but still have faith in these people to give them money to fund these programs with no statistics as it even being able to work, and then wasting all our money?
Well, I think I would have to say, isn't that what they're proposing to do here at home?
What do you mean?
Like, people want to use examples of Europe, like with social programs, and if you look at Europe, their economies are not doing well, and they've tried these programs for 30 years maybe. So what I'm saying is, to bring it off of what you were just talking about with Afghanistan, if we are pouring money into something that is run by state, there's no guarantee that it's going to work, because the private industry is where things flourish, where things have competition, where things will grow, where there's movement, you can go up or down, where it's not like a law that says you have to do this. So in general, it helps the economy, because if a business isn't doing well, or it's not doing what they said, then the business closes because nobody will go there. Whereas if it's run by the state, there's no what word do I want to use? There's no check on it. It's kind of just like, oh, well, this is what you get, and that's what you're paying for, and it's kind of forced upon you. Whereas when it's open, private market, you get to choose who you want to buy from. So
okay. The program was actually to boost up the Afghanistan economy, using our tax dollars to fund the program. So pretty much it was a program that wasn't even meant for us. It was meant for Afghanistan, and it didn't work for
And I know
them.
I kind of switched it up, bringing it home, but I was just going off of your comments, I agree, it's not nice to spend $800 million then have nothing to show for it, but I don't really
Definitely.
know the background for it, so I can't say that. I'm just saying from what politics are saying for today in our country, like, I think it would be kind of the similar story.
So, back to the blizzard. As of right now, we have a couple of videos here that we can go ahead and go through and watch and see how people are experiencing and what they're experiencing during this hurricane. I mean, snowstorm. Well, it's like a cold hurricane.
It's
If you think about
hurricane for
it,
us. Yesterday we had
literally
some
like
rain.
it's like a cold. It's a cold hurricane.
Oh, this is like some like ice skating music.
Living Chic and Chorizo, thank you so much for joining us on Meerkat. We do see our Meerkat viewers and we appreciate you guys coming on Periscope. Thank you guys so much. Come to DINtv.com. We would love to speak to you guys and interact with you guys if you guys can come through and join us.
We're talking about the Jonas Blizzard, and we have this nice video here, and I feel like we should be ice skating, figure skating.
Like I played or doing like ballet or something.
Yes,
you know?
exactly. Was
All
entertaining.
right, so let's see.
So, I don't know, some blizzard experiences. The last one I was in,
The only blizzard I've seen is the one in Dairy Queen. And I've had that in like years. I've never seen a blizzard. I would love to see
it's
a
more
blizzard.
delicious.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, more delicious.
I was getting my blizzard with not strawberry, with cheesecake in it, and then like rainbow sprinkles in it.
I like them with Oreo cookies.
Mm-hmm. That was back when I could eat carbs. I can't do that anymore. Carbs are so bad for you. Milk is so bad for you.
Milk, it depends. Organic.
Not even. We're the only species on Earth that drinks another species' milk. Milk is meant to, it's like, literally, it's meant for a calf to grow into a cow. Do you realize how, like, big cows are?
Yeah.
Can you imagine, like, what it's doing to your body? There's no nutritional value from milk if you really look into the research.
I mean, I don't know. There's different research now, I think, claiming different things, but when I was growing up, it had calcium and vitamin D. Calcium and vitamin D to make your bones strong. Drink milk, and I never liked it. I don't know.
Hopefully we don't have to go through like a Flint situation where, well, they told us the water was okay, and now it really wasn't okay, and now like they just want to be like, I'm sorry, not sorry.
Well,
like
no. From a like the cow, you drink whatever the cow has in it, you know, like. So if they're pumping it full of hormones and then they're giving you the milk, then you're getting all those hormones. And it's
but even so,
organic. Like I'm okay with an organic. Like I'll drink some milk.
It would gross you out more drinking. If somebody put a glass of human milk and a glass of cow milk, it would gross you out more to drink the human milk than the cow milk.
Well, my dad grew up on a farm, so I'm kind of.
Isn't that strange? Isn't that strange how we're programmed to feel grossed out about that? But then it's just like we'll drink another.
It doesn't gross me out because like I've actually like tried the milk one before. What grosses me out is like when it's raw, like they don't process it. Like there's like a thing floating on top. It's like fat that floats on top. That grosses me out. But otherwise, I mean, you know,
it's just like pus and
it's just like animals. Like you don't think about it when you go to buy chicken in the freezer section, but the chicken they had to like kill it.
I've raised a chicken and killed it. Literally, like
they had to kill it and pluck it and like.
I didn't even feel sad. It was just like because it was like homegrown. It was smaller than it usually is. So it was just like, oh, this is small.
But did you eat it?
Yeah.
I'm sure it was delicious.
It was good. I'm not like I'm a foodie. Like I'll try anything. Like I'll try alligator. I've eaten alligator. I've eaten goat. I've eaten iguana. I've eaten
What's
All
the
kinds of
weirdest
stuff.
thing you've ever eaten?
Turtle.
Turtle?
I've eaten turtle
So
before.
I've eaten goat intestine.
It's nothing.
It
In
was
Jamaica,
kinda,
they
weird, but-
they cook this soup called goat head soup, and what they do is it's like a regular soup broth, but they'll take the goat's head and put it in the broth, so the broth cooks in with the goat's head. So it cooks with all like the brains and all that type of stuff. So I guess it has like flavor or something.
Flavors, okay.
So that's a thing. That's like actually like when you go to like
A delicacy, like
Yeah,
I made this for you. Here.
it's like going to like when you're in like let's say a Spanish country and you go to like a local restaurant, you ask for rice and beans. Like it would be there just how if you go to like a regular Jamaican restaurant and ask for let me get some goat head soup, they'll give you like okay, they'll have it in the menu. They'll definitely have it. It's like curry goat.
I mean, I should note that like when I had this, I didn't eat a lot of it, but I wanted to try it because I say try everything once,
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. I just couldn't get over like the shape. Like you could tell that it was what it was. So I don't know.
And that's an American thing too. A lot of Americans don't like trying new things because we're in America. We're consistent of like solid foods. Like if we see it like mashed up or if it's like in weird textures, we're not gonna try it. And that's what really turned me off about Filipino food. Why I never tried it, and then I tried it, and it was like they cook like the best food ever. But their food is very like mushy, like mush, like it doesn't have that like you have a chicken leg and then you have like rice and then you have like macaroni, like solid soffy types of food. Their food is very like if you look at it, it looks like soup or like porridge.
I tried Ethiopian food.
Oh, their
before.
food's really good. They have like this like dough that they
Like
eat
a bread.
like a bread, but it's like
yeah,
soft, but like
pita, but soft.
it's good.
Spongy. Yeah, and you like just like pick up everything.
Yeah, and
like,
you
like,
just
eat it.
it's like their rice if you think about it because they use it to like complement any type of meat or any type of thing that they put in it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, I bet we're making everybody so hungry right now. I'm Meerkat and Periscope.
It's about that time here.
But you guys definitely give us something to talk about. We have a lot to say, but we'd love to hear from you guys. If you can check us out on www.DINtv.com, Blab, Periscope, and Meerkat viewers, we can get your take on your favorite foods, local news, or international news that you guys heard during the week, and we can discuss it here on DINtv. So
yes, we welcome you.
So, what's the last movie you saw?
Oh wow! So lately, I've been watching a lot of Netflix.
Mm-hmm.
So like those are like reruns.
Reruns.
Like movies you've seen before, but you're like, I haven't seen it in a while.
So what movie was the last movie you Netflix?
I don't know if it was a movie. I watched Friends reruns.
Friends. I never got into shows like that, like
No?
Friends and Seinfeld and what was it? Seinfeld and what's the other one? It's like Friends, but
I don't know.
I don't know. I know it's like set in New York. I just don't remember what show it was, but it was like Caucasian. Because like Friends, in the Friends world, there was never black people. If there was a black person, there was like a guest host, a guest star, like for 2 seconds on screen time, and then it like disappeared. She's not fighting back, Christina, I'm sure.
No, yeah, I was thinking through like, yeah, but I guess I don't know when it was like a big hit show, I was like really young, so even if I watched it, I didn't really get it all.
Mm-hmm.
So now rewatching it, I'm like, oh, I get that joke now, like
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
I don't know. For me, it was Full House. I was a huge Full House kid. I was an American National kid. I had all the parties, the mysteries, the books. Oh my gosh, I was a reader. I used to read a lot. I was weird. Like I was into books. I was into computers. I was into everything. Like when Scholastics, when they would pass out the catalogs during elementary school, like I would come home and I would literally like be so excited because I'd pick all the books that I wanted, and then like randomly throughout the month, you'll get like teacher will get the box, and everybody like freaks out and gets excited, and it's just like
a Christmas.
yeah, that's what it felt like. And oh man, those were the days, man. Those were the days. I don't even think they have Scholastics. I bet you now it's like an email now, like on a tablet or something.
I know, there's no like paper. They're just like, oh no, what is it?
Like Scholastics, we just go to like Amazon or something and just order our books now.
Yeah.
When we get it faster, even faster.
Everything now. But curiosity, I mean, I still like paper books. Like sometimes I just like it. I just feel like I want to.
All right, so I found a really cool article here. These people actually, what they did, they took a regular water filter, which you buy from any store, right?
Uh-huh.
And what they did is they put different drinks in there. So they put vodka in there, they put wine to see what it would filter out and how it would taste. So I have a video here to see how interesting that would be. So you guys stay tuned here. I'm about to broadcast it so you guys can all see what I'm talking about. We'll watch a couple seconds of this video.
Let's just burn the house down. Fuck it.
You guys on Meerkat and Periscope, we're going to be watching videos here. You can see the video that we're talking about with the water filter and filtering out different like alcohols and seeing how it tastes on DINtv.com. So you can see us and the video at the same time. So come to www.DINtv.com.
Let's just burn the house down. Fuck it.
Hi, I'm Allie.
Hi, I'm Max.
And this is the Brita Filter Challenge that we made up. We're gonna filter a bunch of different drinks and see if they taste any different. Water from the fountain. No, that's fine. Let's see. I'm gonna tell you, I cannot taste it.
I can't taste a goddamn thing.
Not one thing.
Go blindfold. Ready? I'll hand him to you.
Oh, that's dirty.
What's that?
She said black water.
It's the exact same thing. It's ridiculous.
We're gonna filter some Bud Light. Well, this is an exciting video. I might need a beer to get through this. It is dripping really slowly, and it is clear.
Thickness or is it carbonation? I'm super excited about it.
Yeah, looking forward to putting that in my mouth. The head is larger. You're not. This is science.
So there's a bunch of bubbles in the dirty one. There's no bubbles in the clean one.
Ah.
Tastes like Bud Light.
Yep. Whoa!
Flat.
It's like no flavor.
There's nothing. It's like water.
Yeah.
Water beer.
It tastes like water.
Unreal. Taste the dirty one again. It's like an explosion of Bud Light flavor.
Comparatively, this is like an IPA. There's so much flavor
It
here.
is so interesting. Actually,
How do we do a test for alcohol
That's like a
content?
cool YouTube video to do.
Fascinating.
I think the easiest test for alcohol content is drink like 30 of them
Yes,
and see what happens.
let's do that.
Guys, I'm Vlad.
Excellent.
Periscope, Meerkat. Check out the video that we're watching on DINtv.com.
Look at palate cleanser.
Saltines of the brews world.
It's going faster. It definitely is going faster. This is 2 drips for every 1 drip. I'm not a scientist, so that doesn't make sense to me.
I mean, I'm no paleontologist, but if I had to guess, it's the carbonation. That's fucking bizarre. It looks so much worse. Mike's head looks like it's glowing.
This is not food.
Or soapy water to wash.
Oh, don't say that. Cheers.
Delish.
Tastes like underage drinking. Wow.
Water. What the fuck is happening?
It tastes like water.
That's fucking
It tastes like yellow water. What does yellow taste like? Nothing.
It's like loud water. Filters all the fun out of this shit.
Filters the fun.
Gatorade.
Right.
There we go.
Well, that was great.
Flying. This looks like you could power a spaceship. I'll give you a hint. I bet this one's gonna taste like water.
They look actually really similar.
Alright. Yeah.
What?
It tastes like water.
Yep.
It tastes like blue water.
What? So water is probably the one product so far that you shouldn't filter because you can't tell the difference.
See, well, your water tastes like Gatorade or Mike's Hard Lemonade or Bud Light. So it's real good.
That's scary now.
Next one is dirty beer in, water out.
The carbonation.
This is not the most scientific of experiments.
Neither of us are wearing goggles. Nobody has a clipboard. Palate cleanser.
That actually tastes like nothing.
I'm gonna guess it's gonna taste like water.
Brown
I'm
water.
gonna guess water tastes like Guinness.
Scientific theory in effect.
Let's go Guinness, go faster.
Carbonated has been slow so far, but it's still just a correlation, not proven a causation yet.
I think we should start a hashtag.
First,
Filter the
Dirty
fun.
bubbles.
I've already been drinking it. Guinness. I know what it tastes like.
Brita.
Oh, stop! You have to experience this. It's bizarre.
Tastes like absolutely nothing.
You just left a water out in the greenhouse section of Lowe's for a night. That's what this would taste like. Now, this is the serious test to see if it's taking forever from the carbonation or not. So we have white wine and then sparkling white wine. Filtering the white.
Whoa, but
Is this faster than water?
British
I feel
dry.
like our Brita would be broken after this.
They look identical.
Right?
That
Have all this
Yeah.
weird stuff
That's-
stuck in it. Like,
Water.
Water.
Unbelievable. What?
Are you kidding me right now? They look the same.
There's no difference.
I could accidentally drink this.
There's like
Seriously.
nothing there.
Yeah. Went through it quickly. Tasted just as nothing as beer. And we've gotten to the champagne.
Thank God.
Is that it, really? Oh!
Miss?
I'll have your bottomest of shelf, please.
Alright, you guys. So, that was actually perfect transition. Alright, so that video was actually pretty entertaining with the different drinks that you're like filtering out. That's scary, like kind of, if you think about it, because it's just like if somebody pranks you and trying to get you drunk, and they just like filter the wine or filter like vodka and take away that like strong drunkenness, but because the drunk chemical is still in there, somebody can like get you drunk without you even knowing. That's crazy.
well, so they were tasting it like water, but it still is alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
I think that's the only way I could drink. Like, if just take away the alcohol taste and just drink it like that, like it's water, then I'd probably drink more. But I don't know. Alcohol. I don't like the taste. The only alcohol I could tolerate is probably champagne.
yeah,
And that's because it tastes kind of like Red Bull,
like bubbly and.
the bubbly like
Yeah.
Red Bull. That's what it tastes like. So I could tolerate that.
So you don't like wine or anything?
Wine to me tastes like melted saltine crackers. It has that like, I don't know, like a weird taste to it. Like, I don't know. I couldn't like sit down and just be like, I'm gonna drink a glass of wine. Like, that's why I never got like the whole like wine culture with girls like on Instagram and stuff. Like, oh my gosh, I love wine. Wine is everything. Like, is
I
that?
like wine.
But like, what is wine? Like, my friend told me like when she drinks wine, it's like she's high, but it's not high. It's
It's
like
like a different like buzz, you know, like you get a different buzz from liquor, you get a different buzz from beer, like makes you feel full. Wine is just kind of like, I don't know, it just makes you like relaxed. It's like a little.
what do you mean? Like you're just like
tingly
floating in
and
yourself?
like a little bit relaxed, you know, like it's a different kind of feel.
I don't
Whereas
know.
beer just kind of makes you like full and kind of like, and liquor is like hardcore, like. Wine is just kind of
Champagne's
like
the
chill.
cutest though, because it gets you drunk really fast and it has like lesser calories. Right? Isn't champagne like lesser in calories than like
I think so,
all the other ones?
but you know.
That's detrimental. That's a must know. Like, what's your calorie
For all of
intake?
you in the blizzard, mulled wine is the best.
Mm-hmm.
Warm red wine, mulled wine is
I mean, you guys in the blizzard, come to DINtv. We'll warm you up. We will warm you up. We'll keep you nice and warm from the blizzard.
keep it interesting.
Yeah,
No?
we'll keep it really
in your
interesting.
house. Come talk to us.
So, President Obama won't speak at Malaya's graduation because he might cry. How would you? I feel like it's any parent when you've raised your kid for so long and like you see them growing up. Because high school, essentially, you're never the same after that. Like you never go back to that mindset of being a kid
Yeah.
once you graduate high school because it just changes after that. So, knowing that and knowing your kid's about to become their own individual's self for real, for real. I mean, that would make anybody cry. It would make me cry if I saw my baby sister graduating. It would be like, wow, like I watched this little girl like grow up, you know?
Yeah.
So, yeah,
And-
I would cry for sure.
And I think it's also like dad and daughter like relationship. Like he's probably like, oh, my little girl.
But yeah, exactly. Like, I actually have a video here of him actually saying that he wouldn't do the graduation. So we can go ahead and take a look and see. If this thing can get it together, like, what the hell? All right, DINtv.
Proud parents out there, you may have never been asked to speak at your child's graduation, but you might relate to the reason President Obama turned the opportunity down. While out for lunch in Detroit Wednesday, Obama told those with him he wouldn't be speaking at his older daughter's high school graduation because he'll be fighting back tears. He predicted how emotional this time would be for him back in 2014 during a commencement speech in Massachusetts.
Part of the reason I'm here is because I got to practice, because Malia's graduating in 2 years. So I'm trying to get used to not choking up and crying and embarrassing her.
Apparently, he needs some more practice. Malia Obama is set to graduate from the private Sidwell Friends School in the spring. It's unclear which college she'll attend. For Newsy, I'm Ryan Beek.
So I think that's pretty cool. You know, like, honestly, even if I knew I wasn't going to cry, I don't think I'd speak at my daughter's graduation, knowing I'm the president, because
Yeah, I was
it would just be
gonna say
too
that.
much. It's just like,
and she's like sitting there like, oh.
like, really, God, really, are you really, is this the last lecture you're giving me?
Exactly.
I
Yeah.
don't know. That whole life, it's so crazy. Like, I always think, like, what is it like being the child of the president? You literally have, like, no, like, alone time. You're always surrounded by Secret Service. There's always something happening, you know? So what would you be like as a first president daughter person? What's the name of that? Like,
Well, I'm from DC, so I have a little bit of like.
oh, so you know, like the preps, you know, the prep life.
I mean, you know, not everyone, but a lot of people are associated with the government. So maybe not the president, but like senators and like stuff. Their kids go to school, you know.
So super House of Cardsy.
It's yeah, pretty much. Like, I don't know. And then a lot of people's parents like work for the CIA. So, you know, to go back on my experience again, but I, you know, during 9/11, like a lot of kids don't know what their parents do for a living. You know, they know that they work for the government, but they don't really know.
That is so freaking cool. I'm
like-
sorry. I would love for my dad to call me into a room straight up and just be like, you know, Kevin, there's something I need to tell you. I work for the NSA and I am part of a secret organization and I'm taking you with me to an underground bunker where we will train you to become the next elite. I'm just like, what? I would literally, like, you don't understand. Like, I am that dude that if I was ever presented to be in any type of alternate reality, like, I would be the smartest person in that thing. Put me in Harry Potter world, I would literally, like, learn every badass spell ever. Like, I wouldn't even have a social life in any of those worlds because I would want to own my craft. Like, make sure. I just need the opportunity. That's the thing.
I see that.
I think that with me, it's just like, give me the opportunity, man, and I will literally take it to the moon, honestly.
Take it to the top.
Take it to the top.
Yeah.
To the top.
Well, you know, I mean, I'm sure, you know, cool, but in that instance, like when you don't know, like a lot of people were upset because they didn't know, like, exactly, you know, and then when things are happening, you're like, should I be upset? Should I not? Like, you know.
And plus, they probably live, like, I feel like because I've seen a lot of leaked pictures of Malaya out and about, like, in different social circles, and, like, I don't know, I don't think they follow her as intently as we think they do, because some of the circumstances, yeah, because some of the circumstances that she's been in Canada has been very, like, I don't know, like, she's at a party and there's, like, frat boys in the background, like where's the Secret Service? Why are they allowing this to happen? Like, You get what I'm saying?
she's allowed to interact, I'm sure, but there's probably someone there, like at the party,
How in there?
controlling. You know, like he's like right there.
Like I would need if I was to work if I was Malaya, I would need them to hire somebody who looks like everybody else. Like you get what I'm saying?
Her cool guy, like to hang out. Yeah, undercover.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, but I know that in DC, like when the president comes through, like the roads shut down. Like you know,
he's
so,
like the Pope, I guess, for America.
You know.
My aunt shook his hand. I remember when it was like voting time and he came down to Florida, and I remember she called everybody. She was like, "I touched Obama. I shook his hand." I was like, "Okay." I didn't even vote that year. I didn't vote during that time. I don't know. I did just voting in general is just like I don't see the point of it. I feel like the illusion of us being able to choose certain circumstances that happen is just an illusion. Like. They already chosen who they want for president, and how are we going to prove that they didn't? How do we prove that our votes actually do count and how they don't? Like from what they tell us, what they say.
I feel like we've drifted from the original model a lot because now we have the electoral college or whatever, and they're basically the ones who decide
that, and they decide how like the debates are run, who's allowed to debate during the debates. That's why you only see Democrats and Republicans in those debates. You never see the other parties that are there, like the Liberal Party or independents who are not running with anybody.
Like for instance, Rand Paul, he doesn't. I don't. You know, he's not like. He's like a Republican running, but he's like a more libertarian views. And I know that he boycotted the last debate because they took him out of the mainstream one, and he was in for the, what do they call it, the one right before?
The undercard or
something. So he boycotted both because they took him out of the mainstream, and it actually helped him in the polls because people respected that. So, I mean,
you see me, I could get into all the conspiracy theorist stuff because I'm deep. When I tell you I'm deep, I'm like, are government officials even human at this point? But that's another story, girl. That's another story. But I don't know.
Keep it to Earth right now.
Like keeping it to Earth. I don't know. I just think we need a whole restructure when it comes to the foundations of the government in itself. We need complete reform on how policies are put into place. The constitution that we do have now doesn't reflect the views of the people that are living in this time and era. It's completely different, and I think we should as a society come together and try to draft a new one, honestly.
Well, I think it's more that we just need to go back to what it's meant to be, you know, because
let's go. Honestly, a lot of people don't know what the Constitution is. They say it a lot. Like me myself, I say it, but I don't know the details of it. So let's pull it up and see if we can find.
Because, for instance, you know, so many things have. There's never meant to be two parties. There's supposed to be as many parties as were to, you know, wanted to be. And we've become so like with corporations funding the parties that now we have two. And if you try to be outside of those, they're on the ballot, but nobody looks at them, you know? And that wasn't how it was supposed to be. You know, I mean, just like going back to what it was supposed to be, like simple, like small government and letting people decide and have freedom, and like as long as you didn't impose on someone else's freedom, you could do whatever you want. Like the whole
lesbian, transgender. If you want to be a rabbit, if
you want to do whatever. Like in 1915, they had drugs sold over the counter. What's
the new term?
You choose to do that. That's your problem. You know.
There was a new term coined this past year that passed. Transracial.
Transracial.
When you feel like you're another race.
Oh.
Than the one you're born.
Oh.
Remember Sandra, what's her name? Sandra, it's not Sandra Bland, it's Sandra,
I didn't hear this, no.
I can go ahead and pull up the definition of transracial. Across or crossing racial boundaries. So pretty much it's someone who feels like they're not, like let's say I'm African American, I'm black, right? but in my mind, I feel like I'm white. So then I want to start bleaching. I bleach my skin, change, process my hair, do all type of thing, so that I become white. So I want to be identified as white because I feel like I was born white on the inside. So that's what people who are transracial feel.
Well,
Like kind of like how the NSA. Remember that lady that was head of the NAACP? Sandra.
well, I don't know why. I mean, Michael Jackson bleached his skin, right?
No, he had a disease. He had vertigo,
never
I
knew.
believe. So that wasn't by choice. He didn't have a
Okay.
choice for that.
My
But
mistake. I didn't know.
Sandra Bullock, it's not Sandra Bullock. Oh my gosh, what is that lady's name? I know it's not Sandra Bland, but I know it's Sandra something. But pretty much,
Well, basically, you know, like having Rachel
that's her name, Rachel
Dolezal.
whatever, Rachel something, girl. She pretty much what her story is that she lied about her race several times, and she ended up becoming the head of the NAACP, which is the literally like black people like organizations and stuff. And her parents pretty much outed her, telling people like, why is she telling people that she's black? She's white. Look at us, we're both white. Like obviously she's not black. So what she would do, she was transitioning into becoming a African American because she says she identifies with them more. So
Wow. So what? How did she?
she started tanning and she started perming her hair. You know, when white girls perm their hair, it gets really kinky and curly. Just started white appropriation, if you get what I'm saying. Like, doing typically African American things, and then when African Americans do it, it's not looked as good. But if a white person or somebody of a different race does it, it's looked as okay. It's okay. Like dreads. Just recently, last year, it was a big controversy because people, when they see women of color having dreads, it feels like they're dirty or like they're not clean because they have dreads. But then Miley Cyrus or Kylie Jenner puts on dreads and they're glorified and, oh my gosh, look, she looks so nice, she looks so beautiful with the dreads, or like braids or cornrows. It's a typical African American hairstyle, and it's looked at when an African American girl puts it on as, oh, she's ghetto or she's ratchet. But then Kylie or another person will put it on, and it's glorified because she has it. So that's called white appropriation. We are taking typical African American and people of color actions or culture and making it your own, and not giving them the appreciation or the acknowledgement that you got it from them.
Okay. I mean, I think that's
like twerking. Look, like twerking has been around forever.
Yeah, I see.
And then like Miley does it, and then it's like a thing. Like everybody wants to do it.
I see what you're saying.
Like that. Like even with music now, that's a huge thing in the music industry where people feel like.
But I think that's also with like media. You know, like if someone's doing it and then this famous person does it, then all of a sudden it's like, oh look, they did it, so it's cool.
Yeah, that's like they're not saying it's wrong. It's just saying like, say where you're getting it from. Like don't make it seem like it's something that you created or it's something that you did. You know?
Yeah, give credit.
Give credit, like because then you have these like people don't realize that when you say certain things, like there are people that are born in this world who are born that way. So it's like you're chastising something they can't help. Like somebody can't help that they're born with a darker complexion, like, or a darker skin color. So it's like you saying something bad about it kind of makes somebody feel bad about themselves because it's something they're unable to change about themselves. Well, you know, because it's a color. It's your genetics.
That's who you are. Yeah, of course.
You can bleach your skin, but if you were to have a baby with a white person, like your baby's going to come out the original color that you were. It's not going to like bleaching your skin doesn't change your genetics to something else, you know? So yeah, it's just a lot of breakthroughs I think 2015 brought with acknowledgement of a lot of things. we're getting to a more progressive way of thinking. I feel as a society, it's taking some time. It's not going to happen overnight, but we're getting there.
Well, and
We're acknowledging some truths.
like I was saying, like freedom, freedom to choose. Like I can choose what I want to do, and they can choose what they want to do, and having freedom to be or do or, whatever, as long as you aren't putting anybody in harm's way, why not? That's what I think of when I think of freedom. So that's what kind of why I was saying, like, go back to like the core of the Constitution rather than,
what is the Wi-Fi password? Can you bring me a pen? I'll just write it on the thing for you.
Because like right now, trying to tell, people are gonna fight for the Second Amendment right because they feel that it's part of their freedom, and the reason why it was put into place specifically was for government to protect us from a government that wanted to a long time ago when it was England, but it's the same idea. They had it for a reason. So again, I think it's freedom. Like you're not by having those people aren't the ones committing crimes, and if they are, they would still be able to find a way to get the guns. And the reason why people want the guns is not because they're like crazy and whatever. It's for this reason. They want to protect their freedom if government, they don't, if they need to at some point in the future.
Yeah. So, I mean, you made a really good point when it comes to that. Like, it's not guns killing people, it's people killing people. So. Right.
And I mean, if you look at like things like happening where, unfortunately, like when they've been shooting lately, everything in the news has been like schools and places where people are unprotected. And I'm not saying we should arm people, like that. But what I mean is they're targeting these places because they know that nobody's going to be armed. Whereas like something happens in California that has strict gun laws and, a lot of people die and get injured. Whereas something happened in Texas and the only 2 people died were the terrorists because people in Texas have guns. And you should know that because there's a reason why they call it Don't Mess with Texas. Because, like, if they need to protect the people in general, they will.
Definitely. So. And what I've noticed with a lot of the viewers here, they definitely. It's weird to say. It's like a double thingy over there. Okay, so basically, yeah, I definitely do agree with that. I do think there should be some form of gun control when it comes to like what type of firearms people are allowed to purchase, because I understand like you need a gun, like a cute little pistol, a little pink pistol, Hello Kitty pistol is cute. I just don't think you need like a machine gun. I just don't think you need an AK-47, because when these gun laws were made in the Constitution, when it's your right to firearm, they didn't have the type of firearms we have nowadays, like or the rounds that we have nowadays. We're talking about long guns that used to take 5 minutes, 10 minutes just to reload and shoot one bullet,
True. But back then they had the sword and then they went to the gun. So back then it was like a big thing to have a gun. And like just like they didn't have the internet, but it's still protected under the First Amendment.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like we need to restructure this so it's more progressive to this time and era, because as you say, the Constitution as it is now is being exploited because it's so broad and in range of what it can cover, that it doesn't cover a lot of the things that are high threats in this time and place in history. The internet's a dangerous tool, just as the guns that we do have now that people are able to go to Walmart and buy, like.
But again, if you
and it's people well, it's super easy to buy a gun. Literally, like it's not that hard. And when people say, well, you do a form and you do a background check, it's like any typical background check that you do at, like, let's say if you're getting a phone or something, it's not like anything intense, like if you're doing like fingerprint or anything like that, And I think that should be a prerequisite when you're getting a gun. Like, who are you giving these guns to? Like, I need to know. Like, I don't care if you're like a regular person, but who are you as a person in regards to your record? Like, if you have homicides or robs and stuff, like like you shouldn't be getting a gun, you know?
True, but those kind of people will find a gun anyway, even if they'll find it somewhere.
Yeah, but that's that's a different like circumstance in a sense. It's just like allowing, like setting that prerequisite there.
True, but the laws that are being proposed right now are for citizens who wouldn't be doing this anyway. They're not. It's not targeting actual criminals who would be getting it from the black market anyway.
Criminals don't feel like they're criminals. When a criminal is a word that we use against people who we feel that broke the law. When somebody breaks the law,
well, I'm saying potential people who would want to go and shoot up schools and shoot up like innocent people.
But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like the reason
why would actually go to a gun show or go to whatever.
But you don't know, like you don't know who ends up at a gun show. You know, if somebody wants a gun, they're gonna go to a gun show, whether they're rapists or whether they're the pastor at a church. If they're looking for a gun, that's why you go to a gun show, because you're looking for a gun or you're interested in guns. So my thing is setting a prerequisite that we know who these guns are being sold to. Like if you are somebody who has a high violent history, I don't have a problem with you going to a gun show. That's like, if you're interested in guns, yeah. But if you're going to purchase one, that's a different story. When you're purchasing a gun, then there's certain perimeters that need to be set. What is your record? What have you done in your past? Those things need to be addressed because it helps from potential future threats that could happen, you know? I mean, wouldn't you want to know that the person that you're selling your gun to as a gun seller is somebody that you have somewhat of an idea as to they won't do anything wrong, or an idea of what they're going to use the gun for? I feel like that would be so selfish for you not asking like what you're using a particular gun for. Like why are you buying this gun? Are you just a hobby? Okay, it's a hobby. Okay, that's all I need to know.
And I think that minimal, like you said, they do checks on your background. So, they do check, and you have to get a permit, and then you're on record as having a gun.
But permits, are permits for any firearm you want to buy? Or is that, it pertains to states, it's by state. The southern states are the easiest states to get guns because their gun laws are very loose, like very loosely based. So like they have, I remember seeing programs where do your taxes, get a Glock. Like they have stuff like that too in Texas and stuff. So, I mean, how are you marketing these guns? Why would you want to set it
again,
up like
it's for like you're saying, for purpose. Like in the South, it's very much like for freedom to, it's part of the culture. Like we don't want the government to come and try to overtake us. So it's never happened before. We're a young country. It's never happened before where someone's tried to invade us. But it's like the right to bear arms. So we are the militia that could protect the grounds if we need to. So when you're talking about, when people argue for being able to buy assault rifles and all that kind of stuff, yeah, of course they're not going to be using that. You don't see why they would need it right now because everybody's just going along with their day-to-day and everyone's fine. But if we actually had a situation here where like someone was trying to invade us and like harm us,
but that's why we have the military. That's why we have the military and the police. Like, let the police and military who are trained to handle these type of weapons handle them. Like, why are we giving regular citizens the option to be able to buy firearms and rounds like this? Like, that's sort of ridiculous, I feel like.
Well, under the Constitution, though, it says that the people can, you're governed for the people, by the people. So if the people don't like the government that has overtaken, just because over time, sometimes the people.
But that's just so that's like a lot of people here in America are for gun control in a sense of what.
I think it depends on regions and different areas of the country, but.
I mean, southern states usually have a reputation of not getting with the times. They're very stuck in their old type of conservative views. So I don't know. For me, I'm not a gun person. I wouldn't carry a gun. If I did have to get some type of weapon with me, it would probably be like a taser, or one like a taser gun or something. Mm-hmm. Because once you shoot somebody, once that bullet leaves your gun, whatever happens after that happens. You can't take it back. So in those instances, I really feel like people should be trained or even have some sort of prerequisite before obtaining a gun, because it's crazy. Like, being able to shoot people on sight. Like that's if people have a gun, the first reaction is to take it out and shoot somebody.
Well, not if you're trained. I mean,
that's the
I'm
thing, is
speaking
everybody
from
trained
a
who
place,
could-
you know, where I like to go to the shooting range and I
Mhm.
like to shoot. I mean, I've grown up knowing about
Mhm.
guns and like respecting them, like you said, like, you know, you don't just, you know,
Mhm.
you respect them and you're careful and you're trained
Mhm.
and you respect human life. So, I mean, it's
So,
just a different.
So I take. Are you like what candidate are you more gearing towards when it comes to their policies and procedures? You're more Republican.
I'm more of a Republican. Yes, definitely. As far as my particular candidate that I'm backing, I'm not ready to say yet. But
That's a Trump answer. I feel like it's anytime somebody wants to support Trump, they're like, I really don't want to say who it is, but
no,
I'm not
that's not
ready.
true. But I just am not sure that I want to say yet who I'm backing. But I'm definitely on that side because I'm not really. I'm anti-socialist. I'm anti whatever you want to call it. So they say socialism, but usually socialism is going farther.
What is socialism to you? What's the definition to you? Because every time I hear somebody say socialism, they always have like a different definition every single time.
Well, I guess for me, socialism means that you're on the verge of communism, and I don't like either. I was raised.
But what,
what is the definition? I mean,
do you want me to look it up?
So socialism is going to be government programs, government assistance, government funded things, all done by the state. It's not what America was founded to be, which is capitalism, freedom, freedom to choose,
freedom to exploit your workers, freedom to
now that's corporations, which is not capitalism, which I think we do need to change things like that. Like as I was saying at the beginning, like go back to what the Constitution says and actually have free market and free, business. Because if we stop regulating, if the government stops regulating, then there won't be any need for the corporations to pay the money to the government in order to sway their votes towards policies. So if you just make everything open and free, the corporations will have to fight for it fairly, and they'll have to fight against small businesses who can price it up or down. They won't have these fixed things that they benefit from. So that's what I'm saying is like a free market, like go back to our roots, like.
That sounds like something I hear the Bernie camp talking something like that.
But that's not.
But it's a Democrats. It's just
no, but it's not freedom. Right now. It's not freedom because why?
I feel like programs for the government shouldn't be mandatory, but it should be there just for people that aren't people
tax. Like if I'm being taxed 50% of my income, I'm a 50% slave to the government because 50% of my money that I earned with my energy, my life is going back to the government. Why?
Because you're not in that particular circumstance where you have to use those programs. Doesn't mean that you won't need it at some point in your life.
I understand.
Just like insurance. If you have insurance for your car, you may never have an accident in your life, or you may have an accident the next day. It doesn't change. It's just there for a way of protecting you. So when you do get into that circumstance, you have a way to get out of it, if you get what I'm saying. So you may, like for me, I've never experienced any type of racism towards myself. Somebody's never been racist to me. Doesn't take away the fact that that happens to other people every single day, Yeah. Just because I don't experience something, I shouldn't dictate how somebody else who is experiencing that should live their life.
Okay.
And I feel like a lot of people, not saying you, but I'm just saying like, like a lot of the Trump supporters that I do speak to have this inclination of like,
I'm not steering towards Trump, by the way.
Okay, sorry. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying like.
I'll just say
Trump.
that since you keep throwing that out there. I'm not.
I'm sorry. I'm just saying like for that's people in general, Trump, whatever, Democrats, whatever. I'm just saying like a lot of people that I've spoken to, with views of like, oh, I'm a middle class person. I made it. As long as you work hard and you do what you need to do and do what you're supposed to do, you can do it. There's no excuse. Like, you're just being lazy and you're not trying hard enough. And I feel that's a lot of the mentality of people who feel like Obama's gearing towards more of a socialist, communist type of way of thinking, because he's wanting to provide programs for people that aren't able to maybe help themselves. And then you have the other people on the other side that are like, well, I shouldn't have to pay for somebody to be sitting at home and collecting checks, because if they get up and find a job and work, they can take care of themselves. They don't need any help from the government. And it's like, I get both points of what everybody's saying, but you have to keep in mind people have different experiences in life. So it's just like,
I understand that.
I can't just say like
I understand
they're being
there's some
lazy.
people that need some assistance sometimes, but
Mhm.
there should be, just like with everything else, there should be something set up to help them get out of it, rather than, you know.
Matilda, thank you so much for joining us on Blab. We see your questions here. We're going to go ahead and answer them. If you could read them out to us, Amanda, what he's saying.
Government main concern should always be the people and not coddle the interests of businesses.
Mhm.
Taxes are responsible for all the technologies we take for granted.
Speak a little closer to
And
the mic.
socialism isn't bad. It's the people who put it into action that are the problem.
Mm-hmm. So how do you guys feel about that? Matoya actually made a really good point, I feel like, when it comes to the programs that are being offered. I don't know. I just feel like nowadays people are just, they reach a certain level in their life coming from, like, let's say you started from the bottom and then you reach a certain level in your life, and then they forget that they started from the bottom. So they feel like because they started from the bottom, anybody else can make it because they made it. If you get what I'm saying? Which is true. But then some people don't have the experiences that shaped your mind of thinking for you to be able to get to the point that you're at right now.
I guess, to expand on what finish up what I was before,
Mm-hmm.
Me being an American, my family's been here since like the 1800s, whatever. So like, I just was taught that here,
Mm-hmm.
if you're willing to work, you can be whatever you want to be, whoever you want to be. It's not a class system. It's not, it's based on work. And yeah, like I said, farmers is my
Mhm.
so it just depends. Like in other places, it's very hard to jump from one class to the next. And here we have that because of the freedom
Mhm.
and because of the, minimal taxes that we have to pay on things, it just sets up an economy where people, are people from all over the world
Mhm.
want to come here because they either they can do something for themselves, or they know that their children will have a better opportunity in the future.
Mhm.
Even if they don't, even if they are doing the same thing they were doing in their country, they know that their kids will have something to look for, to reach for if they want it. So that's kind of like where my view comes from. It's not, I know that some people do need it, and I'm not saying to get rid of everything. I'm just saying that to go in the direction that we're going, or that people seem to be.
You don't want to feel like you have to be forced to pay for something that you don't want to pay for.
Right. It just is not. It's not going to be efficient. There's going to be waste, because anything with government is like that. It's just a known fact. And like, to have private industry maybe do it, or like charities, or people who, I would much rather have someone who has a charity who out of the kindness of their heart is wanting to help people and raise money and make sure that it goes to where it's supposed to go, rather than giving it to the government and having it shuffled through and like, who knows where that goes. Nobody knows. Nobody can keep track of that. So, I'm much more for.
I feel like the way you describe it, you would need a system where it's like a choice, where I can opt to pay for this particular service, and if I don't want to pay for it, if I do get in that predicament where I would need it, I wouldn't be able to get it because I didn't pay for it. Kind of like how Social Security should have been, where whoever's putting in the bucket gets out of the bucket. But now Social Security, like, everybody can get out of the bucket even if you're not putting into it.
Well, the thing with Social Security is that the government used the money that was being put into it. They used the money for something else, and now they're claiming that they want to take it away from these people who have paid into it for 40 years.
Mm-hmm.
And they're trying to tell them that now it's not there anymore and it was their money. They actually paid for it.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's being used for something else and that's what I mean, is that happens all the time with government. Like, oh, sorry, no more. So when you use private, like, exactly, like it's like, I don't know, I was raised with a sense of community. Like, you need help, you go to your neighbor, or you go, somewhere, people help each other.
But I feel like you grew up, like, you're in the farm industry. You guys didn't experience, like, big corporate America trying to, like, maybe buy out your land or, like...
Well, I mean, my dad
Mm-hmm.
grew up on a farm, yes. So, yeah, now the family farm is like
dead. I've watched so many documentaries where
and
farmers talk about that.
People that try to stay afloat, like, it's hard work because they have to work double time, and there's like, and that's because government got involved and they started funding these farms, and now it's like mass production, and otherwise you can't, and that was government interference. So now you have cows that are milked 4 times a day, and that's not natural. They're supposed to be milked like once, maybe twice. And why? Because of all the chemicals they put in it. So, just like, from my experience, government interference is not good.
Wow, I would have loved to live, well, let me not say that. It would have been interesting living on a farm, I feel like, because it's very, like...
You have appreciation for everything. You, like, see where everything comes from, and, like...
I don't know, I'm picturing... My
dad would always be like, oh, you're complaining about getting up for school? Like, I had to milk a cow before I went to school. And I'm like...
So cool.
Okay. All right, so I don't have to milk a cow, but...
Like, breakfast was, like, real, like, churned milk and, like, biscuits, like, made in, a black, like, those black heavy iron pots and, like, all that
It's
stuff.
like, I, just go to the garden and pick a vegetable and start eating it. It's so good. He's like, I don't even like those.
And you guys don't use any chemicals on your stuff?
Well, yeah, I mean, like I said, this is a long time ago. Like,
we'll keep this here. Shh, we won't talk about that. But, wow, Macho has a lot to say. What is he saying over there?
Okay.
Keep in mind, you guys, on Blab, Periscope, and Meerkat, you guys can talk to us directly on DINtv.com just to get a better interactive experience. So you can always come join us at www.DINtv.com. We're talking about corporate America against small America and what changes need to be made to make the world fair for everyone. So Matora actually has a lot of good points here, so we're going to read out some of them.
Okay, so I'll start off where I left off. Socialism isn't bad. It's the people who put it into action that are the problem, or people who start in the middle and don't recognize there's a bottom. You can move up, but the walls in front of some is unreasonably high. And he says, people goofed on Al Gore for the social sector lockbox, but really it's a good idea. Government influence protects me as a worker with organizations like OSHA. Okay.
So it has its pros and its cons. Like you're gonna always, any system that is made, you're always gonna have somebody who's gonna find a way to loophole through it, to exploit it in some particular way. So it's just what we really do need is regulation, like somebody who's there looking and seeing what's really going on, going into these corporations, going into these farms, going into different places and seeing if these workers or these small businesses are being treated fairly,
Yeah, I mean, but, like I was saying with the farm example, like, when you give grants to farms to do something, then they take away from the small guy. And so it's a counter effect. Like you're saying, you don't realize people start from the bottom. Well, but when government comes in and interferes, then you take away from the guy at the bottom who's trying to work his way up. So, and I think that's why you feel like there's walls, is because now we have this kind of pull at the bottom, small business included, and then we have corporations who are spending all this money to get what they want. Basically. And I agree, that needs to change, but I don't know if the way is to hurt small business even more by taxing them more. It takes away from,
It takes away from
takes away
the people, their
from the
families,
owner, but
you
still
know?
also the employees that they, when a small business owner opens a business, he or she is going to make jobs
Mm-hmm.
and good jobs and all range of jobs. And it's going to be from the community, not from like,
Walmart.
Whatever. It's going to be like, so that's how you develop, that's how you make jobs, and that's how you help people. Because I feel like if they have a job, they have like some kind of, I definitely agree not all jobs are enough
Mm-hmm.
and they need help, but if at least they, I don't
They
know.
help in some aspect, and it's not as controlled as the government.
Right.
If you were to work under the policies of the government, which is understandable. I just want full transparency. That's what I want. I want a government of transparency. I want to know what programs I'm using. I want to know what's happening. I want to know what you're doing to me when it comes to my taxes. Where's my money going?
For example, it sounds like a lot of like people maybe don't know that libertarians. The candidate right now is running as a Republican, and so people go, "Oh, Republican, I don't like that." But libertarians have viewpoints from both Democrats and Republicans,
Mm-hmm.
and it's more based on like what the country was founded on. So like for instance, Senator Paul gave back money that he didn't use in the Senate. He gave it back. It wasn't used for his state, so he didn't need it, and he gave it back. Well, not he didn't need it, but it raises the question, like, what is everybody else doing? Where'd that money go? So, yeah, I agree with you, transparency.
Yeah, because I just don't like this whole using verbs. Like, all I hear is verbs coming from these candidates. Like, it's going to be great. It's going to be awesome, America. Like, I don't care.
Telling you what they're gonna do.
What are you going to do? Like, give me a plan. Give me a game plan. Let me give you some ideas. Like, I feel like I want a president that takes my opinion into account. Present me with a plan that you have in mind, and then have the people help you craft it. Like, you're making it for us, so why not get our opinion on what you're creating? Like, I feel like nowadays we just get these bills and these policies, and it's just like, okay, here it is. Like, this is what you have to deal with, and we don't get a choice as to, okay, what is this about? Like, maybe we should change this, maybe we should change that.
Or they become so sneaky that, like, again, not to keep talking about Paul, but again, like, he was like, we have a 2,000-page bill and we have 2 days to read it. Nobody read it, and it still got passed. So what's in there? What are we Americans paying for? Where is it going? What's happening?
It's not us paying for it. I mean, us paying the taxes
in general.
But I mean, like,
even if not now, like our future children will have to pay.
I mean, in a sense of, it's more the corporations paying for those bills to go past, because those bills have little loopholes that they're able to exploit when it comes to taxes and tax breaks and all that type of stuff.
I'm sure.
So I need 10 minutes just to prep them real quick on what to say. So just go ahead and keep reading just talk to this guy here.
Okay. So Real Komatsu, you also say businesses don't protect workers if they are not made to. Big businesses use government to stifle small business, and as long as government reflects the interests of the people with the most money, then these problems will continue. And I agree with you. I'm not sure if you were on when I was saying that I think that corporations being able to pay off government regulations and influences is not okay, and that we need to reform that part, but and make it more competitive. But it seems the only way that can be done is to lessen the regulation on business to where they don't want to, where there's no point, for them to pay off whoever pay for these regulations to happen. Because in the end, like you're saying, small business is hurt, and small businesses are the ones who are going to be like your mom and pop stores, who when they hire you, they treat you like, I can't say all, but they're going to be more connected with you, like you're helping them with their business, like it's very personal, and they're going to treat you more like family than they are, it depends on the situation where you are. But I mean, I agree with that to a point. And again, if you come and join DINtv, we could talk to you live here, but I guess saying that there's one solution for all of it, I don't know if there is, but I definitely don't think adding more taxes to small business owners, small, again, they're the ones who get hurt. The middle class is the one who gets hurt with everything, and the gap becomes wider between the high class elite and the lower class. The middle class is the one that disappears basically. So taxing small business owners more, okay, yeah, they might make money, good money being the owner, but they also employ people, and they also are taking on everything as a owner to give jobs and to keep the business going. And again, small business owners are going to be more like in tune to your needs, like they're going to worry about keeping you employed, and they know you personally, they know that you have 2 kids and a wife and you're trying to pay your mortgage and all that. They don't want to have to fire you. So I think that it just needs to be and I agree. You just wrote, government is only a problem because they don't represent the people. And I agree with you. I agree. I think we need to go back to our roots and, based on freedom and the Bill of Rights and the power of the people to govern, ourselves. And I don't think that's where we are right now. Do I think more socialist programs are what we need? Absolutely not. Any country you look at that has tried that is not doing well. So I don't think we need to follow in those steps, but you might disagree with me, but I don't think that's the answer. So just taxing and government involvement is just not the way to go. I don't know. That's what I think. A government that spent billions on infrastructure would create millions of jobs. True. Space program, okay, yes. I agree. And 154. And I agree with you that a government that spent billions on infrastructure would create millions of jobs here at home in the US, and a space program and basic research. I agree with you on that. But I think, again, it's something, those are things to advance us, like these would all be things that would be marketable, and it would give jobs rather than just giving people, I know college is expensive and I don't want to, like annoy anyone by saying this, but like giving people free stuff, takes away from being able to, you help the economy and you help people like have a job, make more money.
I feel like we could do it both ways. We can give free college, but then in exchange for maybe community service, or we give you depending on how much community service you do. Depending on how many credits
right now is like scholarships,
like work study, like for financial aid. Like if you get financial aid, you're able to do work study where they give you a job while you get the financial aid. So that's somewhat of a thing. So,
or in Florida, I think they have a thing with the lottery.
But I don't see what the problem is with having free education. Like what's the problem with that?
I mean, the thing is, there's always going to be like a backside, and people don't talk about it.
Like, why don't people get angry of the the military budget? Like, why don't people get angry about that?
That's another topic. But
why do people get angry about all the money they spent making all these these tanks and then ending up throwing them away, not even using them?
And I mean, that's definitely
ridiculous.
An issue. We spend way too much.
That money can go towards people, like feeding people or funding schools that need funding.
Because when you have like free education, for instance, like I saw someone talk about it in England. Okay, yes, they have free education, but the starting salary for a college educated individual when they get out is £17,000 a year. And here they would make double that, or approximately double for the same job. So you see, like, it comes from somewhere. Like, the company can't afford to be taxed that much and still pay you the rates that we're used to here in the US. And the cost of living doesn't change. It stays the same or goes higher. So then that's why in Europe a lot of people, you know, they'll live at home until they get married, which is fine. But there's also other things where, you know,
their whole lifestyle is different than ours. They don't spend as much money as we do. They don't buy as much things as we do.
Well,
here.
They save a lot. They spend cash.
A doctor there.
They don't take out credit like we do. You know,
because they don't need 3 houses and 5 cars. Like they don't.
Well, no, they buy a house because it has to usually be paid in cash. Like they don't do mortgages. So the opportunity there, like I said, to move up is different because you're in a class and it's very hard to get out of it. So, like, you know, you have one house, well, and if you're making £17,000 a year, like, you can't afford to buy your own house yet, like, you know, so it's different.
It's everywhere is different. I feel like it's just trying to figure out exactly what works and what doesn't work because you're dealing with different regions of the world with different problems, which then change and scope the people that live in those regions' views. So things that might work in Europe may not work in America and vice versa. So
well, I brought it up because people like to look to Northern Europe for the socialist model, and it's really, you know, even the leader of like Denmark was saying, like, you know, don't twist it because we have a capitalist society. We just happen to, I don't know, it's very unique. Like it wouldn't work for a country big as ours.
People, I don't know. America is just, I think it will always be like this, like in a mess situation, only because of how it was founded and how, like, what it built itself on top of. I speak of like Native Americans and like the whole genocide and also the whole situation. I mean, that's a pretty intense way of starting off a civilization, or how do you say it? An era.
Yes.
I mean, America's not going to last forever. Rome didn't last forever.
No, not at all.
So eventually it may fall just like any other country. So if we don't get to work and start focusing more on the people and taking that 1%, there's no reason why the 1% of people make up most of the money that circulated in America. That's horrible. That's horrible. And then they're at the top of the pyramid, and then you have the bottom of the pyramid who's holding up the top.
Right.
And we don't realize as the people in the
most of the taxes, and
we don't want these people work so much, you're not even in the know of exactly how much power they have. Like, we as a people in America have so much power, we just don't use it. We can go and get together and like formulate plans to boycott a lot of the things that happen here, you know?
Exactly, yeah.
But you guys, it's been a pleasure hosting with Amanda.
Yes,
we're about to switch out to our other 2 hosts, Peter and Kayla. They're going to go ahead and take over and give you the lowdown on the weekly news in their take. So it's been a pleasure. Check out my social media at IndieKidCollective.com, IndieKid Collective on Instagram and Snapchat. So peace out. Amanda, you can put your plug in if you want. Like, I mean, like what? Your social media tag, like, I mean, are you a social media person?
Yeah.
Yeah, so tell them your Instagram and stuff so that.
Okay. So. Okay.
Pete, you're here. Kayla's on the lab. Yeah. Kevin, where's your phone?
It's Saturday, right?
I look really thin in this whatever camera this is.
You look what? is like making me look really skinny. I'm into it.
Guys, I had 3 empanadas today. And that's it.
Wait, like the small.
No. Nope, they were like Whole Foods ones. I had 3 empanadas and a croqueta. Croqueta. Yeah. Hi.
Hi.
No, it's
Peter.
like a food. It looks like a mozzarella stick, but there's like cheese and meat or something inside.
Who is this signing me into?
Eggs, piece of banana. I had like a huge breakfast.
I have a fitness lifestyle somewhere. You know, they call it Diet Coke and Coke.
Diet Coke and gum.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so funny.
Me and Trent, when we were younger, like in high school, we'd always say like we're on diet all the time. So I would tell them. One year I came back like super skinny, and I told them, they asked, "Hey, how'd you get so skinny?" I said,
I love it.
every single time, my friends always tell that story. So just tell my brother.
This makes me nervous that my ultra EDM playlist comes up every time I plug my phone in. Like, what else is going up there?
We're willing to do whatever.
Check 1, check 2. Hey guys, welcome to
Check mic 2 on
DINtv.com. You're on with Peter and Kayla. Saturday afternoon for your week breakdown and weekend wrap up.
Oh.
Special shout out to our viewers on Periscope and Meerkat and Blab. We love you, but we love you more when we can interact. So sign on to DINtv.com and let us know what the F is up, because we want to know how you're doing.
I can never get this to look right on this camera. You know what? I'm going to try a middle part. This is not cute.
See, I'm really liking your hair.
I like your hair that better.
Like this?
Ooh, wait, I'm kind of into this though.
I like
Over here, it looks good.
It looks more grungy. That looks like typical.
I've never done a middle part before. Well, I have, and I was like little.
You were all right. We got.
Oh no, I look like
DINtv. So
oh my God,
let's see what is trending. I'm gonna guess that you guys have been speaking about the blizzard that's happening up north. So we're actually gonna stick a pin in that for now, because I'm sure you're bored of it. I'm sure most of you are stuck in it and don't want to focus on it anymore. What I want to do.
What would you like to do?
Is let's switch this up, because
okay, let me just log in.
you know what? We're gonna go to DIN5 first, because it's a really cool question. I think it could be fun to have a little icebreaker with our viewers. So DIN5, for those of you joining DINtv.com, trending is, which persistent misconception and myth annoys you the most? I don't know. I can tell you right now, mine is probably about weight loss. Like, what's a misperception that really bothers me? What's a misperception that really bothers you guys? We're checking into the feed, and someone said,
Rico?
oh, this is silly.
I'm going to log on to Periscope here too, so if you guys have any questions.
If there's nobody in the room, I'll look for a tweet and act like that person's there, and I'll read the tweet like I can answer it.
Do you say their name? Like,
yeah, I'll be like, so this person is saying.
Are you on Periscope or Meerkat?
One, I don't know. My Meerkat's like fucking up.
All right, I'm on Periscope.
All right, then I'm going to switch to Meerkat on my
Can you
phone.
open this for me? My browser coming away. Sorry, guys. How to get that cleared up.
Yeah,
Okay, so
we had to switch it up so that we can be ready for you. It's tough with the transition, but hope you guys enjoyed your time with Kevin and Amanda. But
hopefully you enjoy your time with us.
yeah, but you will enjoy your time with us.
Yes, we will.
It's Saturday, January 23rd. We are broadcasting live from Miami, so we are not going to focus on the blizzard right now, because we know that you guys are living in it. DIN5. Which persistent misconception and myth annoys you the most?
You know what it says here? Any hoax that my family finds on Facebook. Recently, I was warned to not eat bananas because they were being injected with HIV.
That's
First of all,
literally disgusting.
how can a banana even like carry that by? Like, I don't understand that.
No, that's disgusting. That's okay. Let's change this conversation to something even broader, because you're right. It's about, I think, social media in this digital age where it's really, really quick for viral news to spread that's not necessarily true. I think there's a reason for forums like DINtv and like Twitter and Instagram, and they do so much good because you learn news quickly. But there have been many instances, especially in the past couple of months, where false news has been spread much wider than it should have been. And
like that jackpot.
What do you mean?
Like it says it even right here. The one that if you were to split the Powerball jackpot to all the Americans, it would give every American $4.33 million each. But like whoever posted that, you really didn't think to use a calculator.
Yeah, all you had to do was.
Or maybe they did, and they just like couldn't they didn't know that it. I don't know. That's just stupid.
We're going to post in the feed. That was actually really embarrassing, I think, for a lot of people, because I know some people who are like, well, there we go. That's what you're going to do, and everyone's going to be rich. So we're going to post that for you guys. I'm thinking, and I'm posting this in the DINtv.com link for you to see. There was a story that spread maybe 2 weeks ago that Donald Trump gave some interview to People magazine saying that if he were going to run as a political candidate, he would run as Republican. And the faux quote was, if I were to run, I'd run as a Republican. They're the dumbest group of voters in the country. They believe anything on Fox News. I could lie and they'd still eat it up. I bet my numbers would be terrific. And this spread like wildfire. And then someone decided to use a little bit of common sense and research the people.com archives, because it's obviously in this internet age, it's all there.
It's all.
And there was no such interview. There was no 1998 interview. No quote attributed to Donald J. Trump in it, but it spread like wildfire and was used by many liberals to try and discredit what Trump's candidacy means. So I thought that was really interesting. And again, another really embarrassing moment where people chose not to fact check when Google is free 24/7, 365.
I feel like that stuff happens all the time. What about you, Claire? Welcome. Oh, did she just disappear?
Oh. Well, we just lost Claire, but do any meerkatters or periscopers have any instances of things that spread and just weren't true? Let
us know.
I think Morgan Freeman dies every year.
Oh God, there's so many good ones. I wish I could just.
Who else
it says right here, cracking your knuckles give you arthritis.
Oh, I heard that all the time when I was younger.
I always would believe it.
Me too.
So that's how I stopped cracking my knuckles.
What
else?
They actually call it the celebrity death hoax, and I think there's a site that tracks them.
Do you see this one?
Oh my God!
There are
you guys, science,
ridiculous,
basic science. There's one.
That's true though, right?
There is one that is. Do you know that phrase? And this is a little vulgar, but it's just for illustrative purposes. It says oh, you can't be with a girl who's a hoe, because then it's like a hot dog down a hallway, and it's that's actually not how science and biology work.
Wait, how did I thought it was wait.
No, it can become more accommodating, but it's not gonna spread insanely. You know what I mean?
Anyone's,
there's a comfort level, but
vaginas.
There are there's a stretch, and then but there's still a natural tightness that comes in. But people make up these rumors, and people really believe it.
I believe that. I still believe that.
It's absolutely not true.
If you're a hoe, or if you have sex a lot with a well-endowed man, doesn't it get wider?
Not to the point where it's nothing.
But I think you can tell the difference. It's having sex with a virgin versus someone who.
Well, yeah, but that's
been spread out a little bit.
That's 0 to 100. We're talking 0 to 30. Do you know what I mean? If zero is virgin and 100 is porn star.
Yeah.
So again, just little things that really, really.
There's some crazy things on here. We're gonna post a link to Reddit. This is where we see, or there's a bunch of answers to this question. I'm going to post it on DINtv.com. So meerkatters, and if you're on Periscope or Blab, come to DINtv and you can see what we're sharing. But one of these, it says that blood is actually blue. Isn't that because it's in your veins or something?
It's
I've
not blue, but your veins are blue.
never heard that, but that's
I've heard of that.
makes me a little bit uncomfortable, right?
I was told that your blood is blue until it comes out of your skin and reaches oxygen.
You know, I wish I knew more about science so I could confirm or deny that, but I have no idea. That's fascinating. Let's see. Blood color in the veins. Do we have any scientists that are blabbers? If anyone knows what's going on, please fill us in on the actual color of blood before and after. Ooh, okay. This is from Google. Again, Google, free, 24/7, 365. All you have to do is research. Friends, your blood is actually always red. Blood in your veins has very little oxygen and is a dark red color that looks almost blue when covered by your skin. Your arteries have bright red blood because it has a lot of oxygen in it that is being carried throughout your body to be used by tissues.
That's interesting. I'm pretty sure that I was told by many nurses, like,
really?
Yeah, when I was younger, that your blood is blue. It's crazy.
Lying assholes.
Well, all right, what else? What else?
You know,
I feel like there's some fitness myths.
Oh my God!
We should get into this because we are here in Miami and
there's a lot of pressure.
It's fit culture down here.
Yeah.
Let me think. There's so many fitness models.
Well, there's one thing about fitness that I have learned, especially because I'm 29 and almost 30. When people say you can't out-exercise a bad diet, it never, ever used to be true for me. I'd be able to eat whatever I want, and now I really can't. And it makes me so angry.
I had 3 empanadas today. I'm feeling a little empanada. Let's see this.
I feel like this camera.
I heard that it's like 90% diet, though.
Yeah, exactly, which is such a pain because I spend so much of my time in the gym and I want to eat whatever I want. Otherwise, like, I wouldn't do it.
All right, it says myth. The more you sweat, the more you burn. Fact. Especially drenched after your regular afternoon run, that doesn't mean you necessarily torched any more calories than usual. Sorry. Sweat is a biological response that cools your skin and regulates internal body temperature. It's just as apt to be the result of an overheated studio, the weather, or your personal physiology that is grueling. Well, actually, you know what? I feel like... Actually, no, I always thought that like if you sweat, you'd burn a little bit more.
I mean, I
think it does a little bit, right? Or it's a sign that you're working hard. And
I think it's like your body working hard, but like depending on your body composition, because I think it's all it's all proportional, right? Like if you have someone who's 300 pounds and they're like running for 5 minutes, they're going to sweat more. But you could be a girl who's like 95 pounds and in awesome shape, and if you run for the same amount of time, it like won't work for you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like when those people who go on Biggest Loser and they run 2 miles a day for a week and they lose like 40 pounds in a week, and you're like, wait, what? But they're like 400 pounds, so they have so much more to lose.
I think it's when you're heavier, you actually lose weight faster.
Quicker. Yeah.
So hopefully this week after my cleanse, I will get back on that. Okay, so myth, more gym time is better. Fact, scheduling in rest days is crucial. Your body needs to recover, especially after a tough session. If you work out every single day, you could injure yourself or overtrain, which keeps you... If you work out every single day, you could injure yourself or overtrain, which keeps your muscles from rebounding and your body from improving. That's true even if you're just a casual gym goer. So be sure to take regular breaks, whether it's every day, if you're a beginner, or once a week for the advanced.
Well,
but
the good news is you don't ever have to convince me to take a break from the gym.
But that's just saying, like, I don't really know if that's a myth. More gym time is better. The more you work out is better. Yeah, you need exercise, but that myth is stupid to me.
Yeah, but I think you don't want to, like, do too much and hurt yourself. Or, because a lot of people, I think, especially around the new year, especially around this time of year, like, out of nowhere, start going to the gym super hard every day after 6 months of being sedentary. And
I was being for, like, the first, like, 2 weeks. And I was like, all right. I like food. It makes me, like, sleepy. So, food coma.
Well, those are the best kind of comas to be in. You know what? I kind of like that we go from, like, what's trending to sort of what is more conversational with our viewers.
Yeah.
Because I think what's really important, we're talking about fitness and we're talking about diet and, like, living in Miami and pressure. And there's no more pressure than I think the upcoming Academy Awards.
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of eyes. That's, as you guys know, the Academy Awards are one of the most watched events in television. And this year they are occurring, as always, in Los Angeles. And I think they're always in like late February or early March. This year they're on February 28th. And it's going to be really interesting. Have you ever read what these celebrities go to look good on the carpet? She was sponges for weeks, and like Adriana Lima said before, like Victoria's Secret show, she like, doesn't drink water for 3 days, and then she can like drain out.
Yeah, that's crazy. But she's so skinny. If you have a look at these supermodels and how skinny they actually are, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
They're so beautiful. But I think in person it's even more shocking because I think they look a little bit better with something on their bones, but not too much. I think healthy and fit is always great, but they photograph well. Like I would never be able to tell how skinny they actually are from the campaigns. But
they look normal in photos, and you see them in real life, and you're like, oh my god. Yeah,
they just look normal, fit, like regular, like fitness models, and then you see them in real life, and they're sticks.
Well, they also say, who say it all the time? Khloe Kardashian, even before she went through this transformation where she's kind of a babe now, said that when people would see her in real life, they'd be like, you're actually not. She's apparently hot.
I think she is hot. They're just comparing her to like one of the most beautiful women in the world, Kim Kardashian.
And she's like miniature. Kim Kardashian, I've seen her in person. She's like 5 feet tall, and she's really short and like much less curvy than she looks on TV.
Have you seen Kim K?
Okay. Story time for the blabbers, the periscopers, and the meerkatters. I used to work out at David Barton when it was on the beach. And if you guys watched Kim and Courtney,
when it was
in the Gansevoort.
Yeah, the Gansevoort. Yeah.
And Kim and Courtney, if you watch Kim and Courtney or Kim, whichever two sisters took Miami, Kim used to work out at that gym as well. So February 2014, I was walking in and Kim was working out with the trainer, and I worked out next to her. And I saw her in person, and it was at like 6 a.m. on a Thursday, like super random. She had no makeup on, was wearing gym clothes. She's flawless looking in person. Kim K. Like, oh,
I bet.
Flawless looking.
I heard she looks like a doll.
It was unreal, and like she looks so like pulled back and surgical with makeup on, but in person, I was like, if she's had work, you could not tell. She looked like she was born with that face.
This is 2 years ago.
Yeah, 2 years ago when I first moved to Miami, and she is tiny. Like her butt is like big, but in life, it looks proportional to her size. Like it's not like
it probably looks like big, large. But like nice big.
Yeah, it wasn't like.
But I think since then she's even added a little bit more to it.
A little bit of junk in the trunk.
A little more injections or whatever it is.
Well, maybe it's just squats. We don't know.
I don't think so.
I don't know.
Let me pull up a picture.
In photos, she looks super surgical. In real life, she doesn't. I want to know what people on DINtv.com or Meerkat are thinking about this, because I'm telling you guys, I know how it looks in pictures.
You think that's squat?
Kayla's about to post a picture for you guys, but I saw her in real life, and it does not look like a diaper. It looks
like sometimes I feel like it looks like I'm wearing a diaper though.
Hey.
No, that's not a good thing. It looks like I pooped my diaper because my butt gets I guess it gets around like this, but not as big, of course. All right, guys, I posted it in the wrong thing.
Hi, Katya on Periscope. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for joining.
If you're just joining us, we're talking about persistent misconceptions and myths that annoys the most. And we are talking in particular about myths pertaining to fitness and dietary restrictions.
All right, I have one.
Hi, Devon. How's it going?
Good.
Devon, hello.
Where are you located, Devon?
He's in Kentucky, right?
Yep.
You're in Kentucky. How's the weather there?
Snowing.
Snowing.
That hard, or is it a little soft?
Thanks for coming back, Devon.
Welcome.
I was talking about Kim K's butt. So I have actually uncommon misconceptions and myths, but I do have one that I actually heard and I was taken into consideration because I have a wrinkle that I've had since high school, but I think it's because if you can probably see it, Peter, like this little wrinkle.
Oh my God!
But like when I smile, it gets cut off. Anyway, so it bothers me, but and you can see it sometimes like in pictures, but if I just went like this, it would look perfect. Okay, so misconception or myth or the truth?
Yeah, that's so hot. Man.
Facts or fable? Okay, so I heard that if you start Botox or fillers at a younger age, you actually, or I heard that you have to start young because if you wait till you're older,
It's too obvious.
it looks plastic. It's just true, right?
I know. I believe it. I'm turning 30 in May. I think I should
I love
start.
this.
Oh, thanks. It's really
Casual
hot here.
Saturdays.
I know. I feel great.
It's okay. I'm wearing like booty shorts.
We're just doing a weekly recap, you guys. This is not common news. Devon, what's your favorite misperception or myth? What annoys you the most?
Like when people say something that's stupid and it's not true, but they think it's true.
Nope.
You don't know any?
Nope.
How old are you?
13.
13. That's a good age. I hope you have school off on Monday. Good luck.
Did you play basketball today, Devon?
Nope.
Did your brother?
Yep.
It is too cold to even go outside.
So let's see what other myths they have here. I really like this topic. Okay, this might bother you. Oh, this isn't really a myth.
What?
If it says that all gay men want to have sex with all men. If you aren't turning down women left and right, you likely aren't so good looking that we can't control ourselves.
Oh my God, you guys! For the record, if you're just tuning in, our show is gets some of its topics from Reddit, which are not particularly factual and not particularly accurate. So again, everything that's said here.
I am reading this from an opinionated website.
Yeah.
Well, this is a myth that I think he's saying that this is not true, obviously. But what else? Starvation. Yeah, you do not lose weight when you starve.
No, you don't. Sometimes you actually gain weight.
I heard my mom always told me that you gain twice the weight that you have lost in that little starvation period.
Once you start eating again?
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy?
Twice the amount back, and I believe it.
Which is why you shouldn't do it. You know what I think that we should do? What would be really helpful, I think, for our viewers, because I think a lot of our viewers right now are currently snowed into their homes and don't know what to do because DC, New York, Pennsylvania,
Kentucky,
North Carolina, Kentucky are being pummeled with snow, and we are here in Miami, sort of not really being able to relate.
It's a little chilly. Well, I'm still wearing shorts, I guess.
Yeah, it's okay.
No snow here. It's been 39 years since we got snow down here.
I didn't know that.
39 years. This last week.
Wow.
Look outside.
Let's see.
Yeah, show us the snow, please, Devon. Oh, that's actually really pretty.
Yeah.
It makes you kind of appreciate the weather.
In North Carolina or South Carolina, I forget which place, they had 10 inches of snow yesterday.
That's terrible.
They went outside, took a picture of measuring tape in the snow.
Oh, you know what? Can we switch to DIN1? This is a really cute topic. And I think that we will...
Oh, yeah, we covered that yesterday a little bit.
Oh. I wasn't here. I haven't been here for 2 days. Well, let's answer this question. So now we're talking about President Obama, who recently said that he won't speak at Malia Obama's graduation from Sidwell Friends High School in Washington, D.C. because, quote, I'm going to cry. How does that make you guys feel? I'm going to be honest, it makes my day. I think that's so cute. And a rare moment where we see him
it shows exactly. That's exactly what I was just going to say. Because I feel like when we look at people who are president and they have such a high role, we hold them to such a high standard, and we forget that just like celebrities, we think that we forget that they have feelings, emotions, family, that they feel the same feelings we do, and all the same human, all the family. I don't know. I think that's so cute.
No, I do too, and it's kind of because at the end of the day, it's funny. It must be so funny to be those girls because everyone's like, it's so funny your dad's the president. That must be so cool. But I bet they're like, he's our dad. It's not that cool. It'd be embarrassing if he spoke at our graduation.
Yeah, I'm sure they're sick of him talking.
I know, exactly. Do any of our blabbers have experience with your parents embarrassing you? Devon, do your parents embarrass you in front of your friends frequently? Like how? Give us an example. Or are they in the room and you can't give us an example? If they're in the room,
type to us. I don't
scratch your head.
Devon, have they ever cried at a event for you, or yeah? How'd that make you feel? Why aren't you talking to us? Weird? It made you feel weird? You're funny, Devon.
Well, it's really nice. It's really nice when you recognize. It's sort of weird to say because we know our parents are like people, obviously. But when you recognize the humanity of your parents,
Oh, I
you know what I mean?
do this. Wait,
Like when they see.
sorry.
Oh, I thought I did that, and I was like, "What did I do?"
No, I just.
No, it's really cool when you see the humanity of your parents and that you make fun of them because they're like whatever, your dad or your mom, and they're a little lame or a little tough. And then you recognize that, oh, you're just the person who's trying to like do your best and like make it work and be cool and raise me to not be like a sociopath.
Oh, yeah.
So that's really cool with President Obama. I thought it was similarly cool. I don't know if you guys remember. I'm going to find the video and post it for you.
Devon, what did you just post? It's up to you. It's up to you. Do we watch this?
Is this appropriate?
Devon, you promise?
I feel like he's not speaking, so I'm creeped out.
It is.
Okay.
Oh, LeBron James. I've seen this.
LeBron James. LeBron James. LeBron James. LeBron James. LeBron James.
What is that? I don't get it. Is that funny? All right.
I'm glad you found that funny. There's a video of President Obama pardoning a turkey this year. For those who don't know, the president pardons a turkey every year at the White House, and it's one turkey who's deemed as the turkey of the country, and he's spared his life as a Thanksgiving meal for a family and gets to go back into like a turkey farm or whatever. So this year he did it, and he did it with Malia and Sasha.
You're gonna have to show me this.
By his side, and it's really, really cute because at the end he makes a little joke, and the girls laugh. If you are joining us on Periscope or Blab, sign on to DINtv.com so you can see the link, or I'm going to post it in the feed as well, and you'll be able to watch along with us. But we're going to watch this for like 40 seconds and then check back in with you. So check it out, guys.
Yes.
Okay, here we go.
Don't interrupt. All of us, you are hereby pardoned. Give them a good day, big round of applause. It is hard to believe that this is my 7th year of turkey. Time flies, even if turkeys don't.
Time flies, even if turkeys don't.
That was good.
I thought it was pretty good. You think it's funny too, don't you? As you may have heard,
You think it's funny too, don't you?
for months there has been a fierce competition between a bunch of turkeys trying to win their way into the White House. Some of you caught that. Well, today I can announce that the American people have spoken, and we have 2 winners.
President Obama's thanking his daughters for standing with him while he makes these corny jokes about turkeys because he's a dad at the end of the day. So funny.
I confess that honest looks like good eating, but this is a democracy. Abe is now a free bird. He is Totus, turkey of the United States. By the way, can I just, I'm going to publicly thank Malia and Sasha for once again.
So cute!
Isn't that really cute?
Yeah.
At some point he made a joke. We'll watch the whole thing later. He goes, oh. And sometimes turkeys want to play. And she goes, she laughed out loud. Goes, good one. He goes, I got you there, didn't I? She goes, yeah. He like makes a joke and Malia laughs out loud.
You know?
I don't remember it. I couldn't find it much. I'll try and find it. Then he goes, oh, I got you there. She goes, that was a good one, Dad. That was a good one. That is really cute. Yeah. It's really funny, again, when you see the humanity of politicians in general. Even Donald Trump has like 4 or 5 kids. Oh, that's weird. Alright, let's see this. We're having technical studio Saturday afternoon. This Saturday. How do you guys
Yes. How long are you guys staying there? Like, we got staying up all night. No. I can make a joke. No.
I actually have to go to bed early tonight. I'm running out of in the morning at 6 a.m. So I got I know 13 miles on Sunday morning. Not excited. Are you going to be on all night tomorrow? Nope. How long are you going to be on? I guess you're snowed in, right?
Anyways, let's finish.
You know what? You let me know what you want to talk about.
Let's talk about Catterday since it is Saturday.
What number is that?
2. We are switching to day number 2. Yay! So I'm dying to know what this Catterday is. Okay. Happy Saturday, everyone. It's the weekend.
I bet it's people posting pictures of their cats.
It's
oh my
Tumblr.
God, you guys. It's
Today,
Tumblr.
oh my goodness.
If you're joining us on Blab or Periscope, we are talking about Catterday, which I guess is a new trend in social media. People post pics of their cats on Saturdays doing cat things. Although in theory, every day is Saturday for a cat.
Yes.
Every day is Catterday. They're living the dream.
Devon, we posted the link if you want to check it out. It's actually pretty funny. It says today is Catterday. It's a Tumblr account. But yeah, let's talk about this.
And there are Instagram tags.
And
so.
you know, it looks like today is Catterday on the Tumblr. It looks like it's kind of funny. It looks like the pictures are mostly of cats taking selfies. Well, the first few are at least. They're so
This is
cute.
for you, Kayla.
Oh my God.
So we just have a picture of a cat breaking the internet. This is like, can we just talk about the internet? Wait, where's that coming from?
I think it's from Devon.
Oh, it was a. How funny is that?
All right, let's see this. That is actually great. Is that from the Catterday?
Yeah. No, there's also an Instagram hashtag. So it's from the Instagram. So if you guys are joining us and you're on your phone and can't actually log on to DINtv through Google Chrome or Mozilla Firefox, at least follow along with us. You can search the hashtags on Twitter, on Instagram, and on Facebook, and let us know what you think. But we posted a really funny one of a cat trying to break the internet.
And let us share any of your cat photos. So I know there's tons of cat lovers out there. If you guys have any great cat photos or funny ones of your own cat or ones that you saw online that maybe went viral, bring them in here and share them. We love
what they should do? See, this is why I think this is where social media and I think not social justice, but public service and community service can sort of go hand in hand. Because what I would do is take this hashtag Catterday, which is probably really popular among a large segment of the population, and I would sort of tie it into like cat adoption at like local animal shelters, and like animal rescues.
Or, you know what? Or even like, that's actually a great idea. No one steal our idea.
Yeah.
Or actually, if it's for the better of cats getting a home, then yeah.
Exactly. It would be awesome because I think a lot of times when you go to like a shelter, my puppy is a rescue, so I'm particularly partial to them. But when you go to rescues, I think the puppies get sort of pushed and dogs get pushed because there's more of them. But there's just as many homeless cats, especially in a city like Miami. That's what you see a lot of. And it would be nice if they could tie this into like a social media trend where like you post a picture of you adopting a cat, or a shelter has like a day specifically geared towards cats, because then you're helping people help animals. You're creating a hashtag and you're making something popular and cool to be helpful.
Or what I was even thinking, more of like a marketing technique for these shelters. They could post like funny pictures, like a cat taking a selfie, and make it like these animals like Instagram famous.
Yeah.
And then people will want to go in and adopt them.
It's true. It's like that. I don't know if you guys on Facebook know the dog Boo the Pomeranian.
Yes,
he has millions of followers, and like Boo's owner is has done like quite well financially just by posting pictures of their animal and bringing.
But Boo is like one of a kind.
Boo is like special.
Yeah, Boo is like a little puff. Like he looks like a little snowflake.
We're posting Boo in the feed for you guys, but I think again that's a really cool way. like the crazy thing is Boo has like a voice.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I'm sure there's been an uptick, and I think Boo has like a Kylie effect. You know, if Boo because Boo is so cute, I bet there's been an increase in like Pomeranian adoptions or purchases, and then they shave the Pomeranians down.
Oh yeah.
Because you want your dog to be as
I've
cute
seen
as Boo.
imitation Boos.
Of course, I bet you have.
But Devon, is that your cat?
Nope.
Thank you for sharing. I thought that's so cute. Do you have any animals? Yep.
What do you have?
What kind of pets do you have?
I got a dog.
You have a dog? Is your dog with you now?
No.
Where is he?
Can you bring him? Oh.
What kind of dog do you have, Devon?
Husky.
Oh wow.
Ooh, so wolf eyes.
He's like
the Huskies have wolf eyes?
Yeah, they're really pretty.
Yeah.
Devon, can you send us a picture of your husky? What's your dog's name?
Clara.
Clara. Oh, that's a pretty name.
There's a video. Sorry, guys. Kara, that's really pretty.
Yeah. If any of our viewers on Periscope especially have dogs or you blabbers on there pretty active.
Or cats. For Saturday.
Yeah, pets in general. Let us know. Again, I would really like, I think it'd be really cool, and this is a really cool platform where we could, again, bring...
Oh, that's lovely.
I know. I didn't say that, so I didn't show that to you. You meerkatters.
You're freaking crazy.
I'm particularly on like a bender today, so that's fun.
I love how people get that impression.
I know.
We're talking about cats in a blouse on a talk show.
You know what?
Yeah, go.
Yes, what?
The internet is like...
I don't get that.
Because it's people on the internet who are nameless and faceless and make up and say these crazy things.
Show me your face, horny 24/7.
Yeah.
Anyways, so there's actually, I want to share this video. I haven't looked at it yet, but it says the funniest, it's like a compilation of the funniest cat videos of 2015. So let's watch this.
You guys watch this, and we're going to be right back with you on DINtv.com.
Oh my God.
That cat just, did you see that?
Okay, guys, we are back with you.
Look at this cat. It's so funny.
I hope Devon is really into this. If you're just joining us, we're on DINtv.com talking about the hashtag Catter Day, and we're leaving you with a compilation of cats being nuts on this here Catter Day. We are so before we switch over to this. Let's talk about that. So, welcome back to DINtv.com's weekly wrap-up with Kayla and Peter.
Hello.
Saturday from 2 to 4. Thank you for joining us. Special thanks to our viewers on Periscope, Meerkat, and Blab. We love you guys. Sign on to DINtv.com through Google Chrome or Mozilla Firefox.
Yeah, on your desktop or laptop.
Interact with us face to face and see what it is we're talking about. The links we're posting. Devon just posted a picture of Cara.
Cara? Kara?
Clara. She's so pretty. Oh,
wow, she's so pretty. Those eyes are piercing.
Oh, that's so killer. But we're actually going to switch it on over to DIN3, which I think is about keep pounding. For those of you just joined us, we're talking about keep pounding, which is the slogan for the Carolina Panthers, who are trying to make their way to the Super Bowl this year. If they're hyping, this video was just released. So Panthers have a game tomorrow, and it's all about the road to the Super Bowl.
I don't know much about the Panthers. Do we have any Panther fans out there?
If we know any Panther fans, fill us in on what's going on. It's
I like their colors, so.
All I know is that Cam Newton is their quarterback, and he is the man.
I wonder why it is why it's keep pounding.
I think that's just their promotional phrase. That's the phrase that's going to keep them going because they are.
Are they undefeated?
They're not undefeated, but they're performing very well this season, better than they have in a really long time.
Oh, it says Panthers I guess they're not undefeated anymore or something.
Well, they could still win it all, you know.
Yeah. Let's see. Keep pounding.
Special hello to Ken, Mel, and Meerkat. Thank you for liking and restreaming us, you guys. We're talking about the NFL playoff game between the Carolina Panthers and the Arizona Cardinals tomorrow at 5:40 p.m. And the fact that the Carolina Panthers released a video with their theme being #KeepPounding. So if we have any Panthers fans in the audience, feel free to educate us on what that's all going on.
What's that noise?
Hey guys, welcome back to DINtv Live on Saturday afternoon with Kayla and Peter. It is Saturday, January 23rd.
Yes.
We're broadcasting from 2 to 4 and talking about the Carolina Panthers and the NFL playoffs in general. We have the Panthers versus the Cardinals tomorrow, and we also have...
It says 2 states, 1 team. Tomorrow we roar as one.
Yes, because Carolina, it's the... What the fuck?
Hello, thank you for calling DINtv. Hello. All right.
Anyway, well, Cam Newton is their quarterback. He's a beast. And you know who else plays for... Guess who else plays... This we can talk about. You know who plays for the Carolina Panthers? Michael Orr. Do you guys know who Michael Orr is? He is the son in the movie The Blind Side, for which Sandra Bullock won the Oscar in 2010.
Is that the one where
he's like a poor kid?
They adopt him?
Exactly.
Oh my god.
And it's an awesome movie. Sandra Bullock won the Oscar. We're posting a link. But no one cares. We're sticking on the hashtag keep pounding.
Oh, is that what is it the name of a movie?
No. That's like their inspires the Panthers race. It's their like slogan. It's like you know how Donald Trump's saying is like make America great again or...
All right, so let's do this. I have a link here so we can watch the video, and it's the story behind Keep Pounding. Is that something you guys would be interested in seeing?
Yes, Kayla, please. Keep pounding.
All right, I will share it now. You guys come to DINtv.com. You can see all of the media that we're sharing and have a chance to interact with us face to face.
Well, this is something that we can actually talk about. It's actually a really good film, and I can talk about it. The Blind Side is actually a book by Michael Lewis.
Devon.
Michael Lewis is an awesome writer. He wrote a book called Moneyball, The Blind Side. But Moneyball starred Brad Pitt and Jonah Hill. The Blind Side, of course, stars Sandra Bullock, Tim McGraw, and someone plays Michael Orr. And the story is that this family saw him walking on the side of the road in like rural Mississippi.
Wow.
And they adopted him. And they were like well off, and he lived a very good life with them, and then went on to play college football at Ole Miss, which is a huge football school, and then went on to the NFL. It's a really great story, just about how, again, people entering the lives of someone at the right place in the right time can make such a huge impact on their lives that they're going to do great things.
So that's the story, though.
Yeah.
So, but how did he? So he is a football player, and he just got hired to star in this.
No. So he's a football player. It's a true story of his life. He grew up and had been living in foster care in Memphis, Tennessee, and had gotten some football scholarship to like a private school that his family couldn't afford, and they couldn't afford to get him back and forth because they didn't have a car. And so one day he was walking home in the rain with his football stuff, and this well-to-do family, this mother was picking up her kids at the same school and saw the boy walking in the rain, and picked him up and was like, "You were gonna stay with us," because she took him to his house and there was like violence or guns, or there was no adult. There's something that like necessitated her stepping in and sort of helping out.
Aww.
And she stepped in. They adopted him. He eventually moved in with them full time, and they made such a change in his life that he was able to play football at a great university, get a degree, and then go on to the NFL.
That's incredible.
It's an awesome story, and again, it's just one of those feel-good stories where you think about like, if the universe puts you in contact with someone at the right place at the right time, you can really sort of make a huge impact.
Oh, yeah.
Just like Catterday. Try to be inspirational this Saturday for all of our DINtv viewers who are.
I feel like I always try to be like one of those people, and it never ends up working out because I end up being like actually like a crackhead. You try to like help someone, and then you're like, no, I'm gonna, it's just always backfires for me. But not saying you shouldn't try, guys.
I know. Do we have any meerkatters who like?
Okay, Devon's having problems. He says he keeps going in and out. Devon, are you with us? Hi, Devon.
Oh, look who's back. Devon, have you ever had any experiences where you try to help somebody and it backfires on you?
Yeah, why aren't you talking to us? Talk to us.
Well, the good news is we have at AEZY5 on Meerkat who liked and retweeted this. So thank you so much. We really appreciate it. We hope that we can be inspirational to you in some way.
Yes, definitely. And on a Saturday, that's when you need the most inspiration.
Exactly.
Right before the week restarts. Anyways, so let's talk celebrity news.
Yeah,
because I have a few things up my sleeve that I actually want to address.
Well, let's go. It's the weekly wrap-up with Kayla and Peter on DINtv.com. Check us out, and Kayla's going to take us away.
All right. So if you guys may have seen this week, Mariah Carey got married to she broke things off with Nick Cannon about like a year or two ago. But now she is remarried to a billionaire, James Packer. And I'm pretty sure he's from Australia, too.
She got married? Was she ever engaged?
Or engaged, I mean. I'm sorry.
Oh, she got engaged.
She got engaged. Sorry for that, guys. Anyways, so the ring is what's making all the headlines. She has a new stunning 35-carat diamond and platinum ring from James Packer. Jesus. So just to put this into perspective, okay? This ring was $7 million, right?
Oh.
To put into perspective just how massively her engagement ring is, Kim Kardashian's much talked about Lorraine Schwartz cushion cut diamond ring from Kanye West is 15 carats, less than half of what Mariah Carey's is. Mariah Carey also beat out Beyonce's 18 carats Lorraine Schwartz diamond ring from Jay-Z, valued at $5 million, as well as Kate Middleton's the Duchess of Cambridge, 18-carat heirloom ring from Prince William. Okay, so what he had to say about it is he took the standard super high. He wanted to create a ring that could not be measured up to. He wanted to create the most gorgeous ring for his dear friend, but he also wanted to create the most stunning ring for one of the most iconic divas of our generation, and damn right he did. So I'm going to actually post a picture of this ring.
Wow.
You can't always tell how obnoxious big a ring is until you see it on the hand. So if you guys join us on DINtv.com, you can see the pictures that I'm actually sharing. That is gorgeous. So it's platinum and diamond. and it's $7 million.
That looks heavy. The thing about a ring like that
he's
is,
also a billionaire, so.
that's true. But how do you walk? Not that Mariah, I guess that the answer is Mariah Carey is not grocery shopping. How do you walk around the grocery store with a ring that size? But Mariah Carey is certainly not doing that, and I don't blame her.
Yeah, she isn't. She can't. I mean, she does not do her own grocery shopping. Let's just be real here.
Well, our Periscope was like very much delayed.
So how much is a 1 carat? Because that's what Michelle Obama has.
You know what? I like that though. That's reasonable.
I don't. I honestly, like it says here, size does matter. And when it comes to diamonds, get it right first time.
Well, that's good to know.
I mean, Snooki's is bigger than Michelle Obama's.
But Michelle Obama, they also came from humble beginnings. He was like a...
Yeah, but you think Snooki's husband is...
No, I think Snooki paid for her own ring because it was on TV.
The engagement was on TV?
Their wedding was on TV.
Oh, I mean, okay, so Snooki's engagement ring is valued at $55,000.
Yeah, exactly.
Lauren
no
Conrad's is 3 carat. You know what ring I did see that what I really was unimpressed with? The other girl that, not Lauren Conrad, but the other girl from...
Heidi?
No, the brunette one. Audrina. Audrina's ring.
This is so funny.
It is so small. And I actually remember when it came out, I was like, is this... I sent it to my friends. I was like, is it me or is this just really small? Look how small it looks.
I think it's fascinating that she's being spoken about in 2016 because
right. Well, exactly. Like she's irrelevant, but like, doesn't she have a big? I
would hope she saved her money.
Let's see. But I
bet she played the lottery.
Let's hope
last
that
week.
She didn't buy her own ring.
Well, maybe that's all she can afford.
Apparently, look at this compared to the hand for celebrity.
Oh.
And for a celebrity who actually has like a nice career going now. Let's see.
Well, that may be debatable, but I'm also.
Doesn't she work in like fashion?
I feel like they all do.
Right. All right. What else? So Kylie, or next on celebrity news, Tyga seems to have moved on to a Kylie Jenner lookalike.
That's creepy.
And
is she over 18?
I think she is. Not the 14-year-old O'Malley or whatever her name was. What is her name? I don't know, but the 14-year-old was actually beautiful, and she looked like she was over 14. She looked like she was like...
I don't know if that makes it okay legally. I think she...
It doesn't, but she was beautiful. Anyway, so this girl, what is her name? Val Mercado, I believe. I'm going to post some pictures on DINtv.com.
So who knew that they even broke up? I mean, I guess people who are in the know.
This is the girl. She's actually... It's crazy how much she looks like Kylie.
Oh, wow.
She's hot.
Oh.
Right? All right, I will try to do this.
I wonder, you know what this makes you want to talk about, sort of? And maybe some of our viewers on Blab can relate to this. You ever wonder how celebrities can like do things like blatantly break the law and get away with it, and how does that make you guys feel? Let us know, because I remember when Tyga was rumored to be dating her when she was like 16 and no one did anything.
I think everyone had a problem with it, especially Black China. But I don't know. Is it a celebrity thing? I feel like.
I think when you have money, I think if it were like
how old
Tyga and like
15?
She was like 15 or 16, like whatever.
Oh yeah, she had her Sweet 16 when she first met Tyga when he performed at her birthday party. I think it was her Sweet 16. So they have been dating since she was 16.
Well, it was around then. I think it's just crazy because you have like, if it were Tyga and like, I don't know, your little sister, I don't think it would be on the news. But it's like Tyga and Kylie Jenner, who's one of the most famous 16-year-olds. I mean, obviously she's not 16 anymore.
Why didn't Kris Jenner do anything about it?
Because they were too busy dealing with I think that's an example, and some of our meerkatters can probably speak to this. When your parents are too busy dealing with their own lives to deal with you, because I'm sure Kris Jenner was too busy reconciling the fact that her husband was becoming Caitlyn.
True.
Was transitioning.
I can't relate. Not only that, but I'm also, I'm sure that Kylie's staying with like a rapper and getting more it's more publicity. It's more money. I mean, there's more stories you're talked about. There's more There's going to be more. What's the word I'm looking for?
Any press.
More
is good
opportunity.
press.
Yes, any more press opportunity.
And they got to keep their names in the news, and I get that, but I wonder at what point do you sell your soul? Is it like when you're literally having your 16-year-old daughter date like a 24-year-old with a child? Is it like having your transition on national TV? Is it like a session? Like at what point is your like? And don't get me wrong, this is not a knock to the Kardashians specifically because I, am as guilty as anybody else of watching their shows, and I keep up with all of them, but. At what point is your dignity sort of worth it? And like,
Yeah.
It's like a fine line.
I have a good question. So I pulled up HollywoodLife.com. I believe this might be a tabloid, but they bring up a good point. Tyga and Val Mercado, do they meet on Instagram and see their flirty interactions? I'm not really going to look into this too much. But what kind of caught my attention was the meeting on Instagram. Tyga seems to slide into so many girls' DMs. How do you guys feel about that? Meeting someone on Instagram and messaging them? Is this something that guys actually do? This kind of bothers me because I've had this happen in a relationship.
I was gonna say, I'm sure. What do you guys think? What do our blabbers think about not just celebrities meeting on Instagram, but like
anyone
like
sliding
the dating culture and like the sliding to the DMs? I think
is that okay? I mean, if it's like, I guess if Tyga, or not Tyga, because he's like irrelevant. He's only became relevant because of Kylie.
I mean, don't get me wrong.
A few good songs, I actually do.
If Rihanna were to slide into my DMs,
I was just gonna say, like,
if someone who was like, if Leonardo DiCaprio was like, "Hey, girl, hey,"
I wouldn't know how to act.
Exactly.
But I would definitely act.
But like, if it were me saying, "Hey, girl," you'd be like, first of all, who are you, stranger? Like, why are you? Like, how do you even know? Like,
exactly. So I guess you have to be.
You have to be a person with like, some sort of notoriety to make it even worthwhile.
To like, on some like real like you can't just be like young jock sliding into my DM because I'll be like, who? Why are you still like?
You have to be a name.
You have to be relevant, famous, or something. Like we got to know who you are.
Well, it's actually really interesting, and I'm glad that we're on this topic right now because DINtV's subject line is which persistent misconception and myth annoys you the most. And I just had brunch with a couple of friends who were telling me about how weird it is to date now. I'm in sort of a long-term relationship. You mentioned you have a boyfriend, so we're kind of out of the game. But all my friends were talking about Tinder and Bumble.
I met my boyfriend on Tinder.
Really?
Yeah.
I think it's story time.
I just you know what's funny? He's the first person I've ever met. We actually did break up, so I went on one other date with somebody. But he's the first person that I like matched with, and I went on a date with, and it just worked out.
Oh, that's awesome. Well,
yeah. So like, but I also, my situation was different. Like I came here from New York, so it was more of like, I don't know anyone. So how else am I going to meet people? And it was more of like, yeah, I just want to like date around, or not date around. I want to go out, do things. And, my sister was always busy. So I was like, I'm not going to sit here and stare at the TV. I'm not going to go to a bar alone. I don't want to do things alone. So for me, it was just a way to meet people. But yeah, Tinder's creepy now. Like now well, I just think it's kind of trashy. I think some people are in there for different reasons, but after I joined Bumble, and I just joined it. I never met up with anyone, but I joined it, and it says it's so much more like classy, and it says like what school you went to or what your profession is on Tinder. I think it's just like a hookup thing.
Well, from what I've been told, if you're just joining us on DINtv.com, we're talking about misconceptions and myth that annoys us the most, and we're sort of shifting it to a talk on the modern dating rules. And we started with sliding into people's DMs and how that's completely inappropriate no matter who you are, unless you are like an A-list celebrity. So don't slide in anyone's DMs
unless you're an
ever.
A-list celebrity.
But so if I'm correct, and some of our viewers can probably check in and verify this, I think with Tinder you have to use your Facebook account to verify it.
I think both of them you do.
Oh,
Bumble I kind of just like got to check out, but I never actually like really used it. But yeah, Tinder I think both of them are like you have to have a Facebook.
Well, the very interesting thing about Bumble that I really like actually is that if you like someone, I don't even know what the process is, but if you tag someone and then someone matches with you, the impetus falls on the girl to initiate the conversation.
I don't like that.
I think it's like Sadie Hawkins dancing in like the 80s.
I think guys like that, okay? Girls do not like that. I think that I'm very old school though. Like, I feel like
You like the chase and
I
being
like guys to
reported?
go after me. Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't want to be aggressive, and I don't know what to say to a guy at the first, like, hey, and then what? Just so get the. I don't want to look thirsty. I'm not thirsty. The only thing I'm thirsty for is an energy drink. I don't need and like I said, like, I use it for just to meet people.
Yeah.
So, and it depends, like, what you're really on there for, I guess. But, like, I don't need some guy thinking like I'm on like,
Yeah.
you know, like, I'm really want him that bad that I have to, like, it felt like DMing to me.
Yeah.
You know?
That's very interesting. I wonder, what do our meerkatters think about the rules of modern dating, and especially in this age of apps? I have a couple of personal stories, and if you guys have them, sign on DINtv.com and share them with us. One of my friends actually met her husband on Match.com. This is before Tinder, before Bumble. So they're on Match, and they sort of put the information that the idealized information of a partner that they would have, and they put it into the search criteria, and they matched, and they dated for years and had a beautiful wedding. But a couple of years later, they actually separated, and I believe are no longer together, which is really sad. So it's almost, I think the thing about relationships is they sort of have to happen organically, and the problem with dating apps is that it takes away the organic nature of relationships. So, like, you have less time to sort of evolve and grow into each other, and you're like, oh, this person takes everything on my list, so I have to, like, make this go forward. But sometimes it's not. It extends past the natural length that some relationships are supposed to go through.
I think, okay, well, here's two things. I think that it's really hard for people to meet each other. I mean, given the same age, we're getting older. Everyone's more involved in developing their careers, especially, like, we're young. We're at the age that's as crucial to pay attention and pay our dues to our careers and developing, so we can, to a successful career man or woman, so we can, have a future. But I think that the only thing with these sites is, like, or Match.com, because Tinder and Bumble, besides, like, really putting in the distance of how many miles they live away, or, like, the age range you're looking for, I'm pretty sure that Match.com and other websites, like you said, they have certain criteria, like, what you're looking for, you answer questions. So people think, sometimes the problem is that people, they are so used to dating they're so used to dating the same kind of person, but it doesn't work out. So maybe you need to go outside of your comfort zone. If you just list what you're looking for and that's all you're looking for, maybe
you're missing out on something that,
you're missing out on something different. You can't just date the same kind of guy or girl,
and more importantly, if you're dating someone who you met online, who happens to tick off all your boxes, but you realize that, like, you know what, she may have ticked off all my boxes, but I actually don't really enjoy spending time with her. I think there's something to be said for admitting that, it might be time to move on despite them looking great on paper.
So I guess my advice too is just going outside your comfort zone. I think for me, what I've realized is I don't really have a type. I feel like every boyfriend I've had is slightly different from each other. But
I ain't got no time.
Bad bitches. So it's kind of, I like to be with someone interesting who I can maybe learn something from as well. Like a different passion, or someone that has something different to bring to the table.
I agree. I see Chorizo, our old friend Chorizo, signed on to Meerkat. So Chorizo, the question that we're talking about is online dating. How's it affecting people's lives, and whether online dating has sort of changed the game in terms of how we interact with each other, what we look for in potential partners, and how we, how we sort of communicate romantically, and how that's changed and evolved in a way that's not necessarily positive. So I would love to know what you guys think on Meerkat or Blab. Hit us up at DINtv.com, and we will let you know what we find. I always say this, though. When you find love, you hold on to it, and if you're lucky enough to get married, then you stay married. But if you don't, or let's say you get divorced, I have a rule, and who did I hear this from? There's a phrase, and I'm going to find it for you guys, but it's the first time you marry for love.
The second time you marry for money, right?
You marry for money. And that,
how do you feel about that?
I think that's real life.
I think it's true.
Yeah.
But I feel like now that we know that, and our generation especially, because we've seen people go through it, I think we try to incorporate both.
Oh, wait. This quote is attributed to Jackie Kennedy. I don't know the veracity of that attribution. We're going to find that out. But someone said that Jackie Kennedy said the first time he married for love, the second for money, and the third for companionship. And I don't know. That's really because what's the difference between love and companionship? This is actually really interesting. Periscopers, let us know what you think the difference is between love and companionship, because I'm very, very intrigued. Kayla, what do you think?
I think it means just like you're in love with someone and you're just, it's almost like lust, like you're inseparable. Then companionship is someone after you go through the divorce of had that ugly divorce of splitting or prenup or no prenup,
We want prenup. We want prenup. Yeah.
So exactly. So after you go through that divorce of probably ugly if there's money involved, which most likely is, and I think when you're older, like you're in your 80s, you want someone just to like be with, to comfort you, someone that you get along with, almost like a friend.
So you think that
someone like a best friend who
I kind of agree with that, because you think, it's so funny. I think
you're over it.
Right now, I'm like in the relationship for love. And if it would end up being very sad. But then you think like, what would happen? Then the second time you go for the money, but that eventually ends too, because like you find out that money actually can't make you happy, despite when
unless you're already happy, money doesn't.
That,
wait, that's what I actually saw something. Mark Cuban, he gave advice for if you won the Powerball. He's like, just so you guys know, if you're already happy, the money will make you a lot happier. If you aren't happy and you win the Powerball, just know the money isn't going to make you happier. Probably will start a few more problems, but you have to be happy before you get money.
That's really interesting.
And he's a billionaire.
Yeah, so he knows. Yes. So I would love to know what our meerkatters think about companionship versus love. Because I think, now that you said that, I think you're absolutely right. I think love is like, it's someone who you want to like spend all your time with and hang out with.
You're jaded. You had this cloud. You can't.
Yeah.
This is just blocking what's really out there. You don't see their flaws. You're so in love, but then the money, and then there's the companionship. So. I had something to go off of this. It reminded me of yesterday. The Boy came out, the movie. And
What's The Boy?
You didn't see the trailer for The Boy?
I'm like a big loser.
Oh my God.
Just fill me in on life in general.
I am going to share this trailer for The Boy. If you guys have seen The Boy on Meerkat or Blab, let us know and let me know what you think, or if you're excited to see it. I saw it last night and there's a huge surprise at the end. Like, I had no idea. It was a complete 180. Like, I had no idea. Here, I'm going to share the trailer on DINtv.com. If you guys want to check it out too, just log on your desktop or laptop, since we're in 2016.
Hello.
So yeah, here we go.
While Kayla's posting the trailer for that, we're going to let you guys watch it for about 30 seconds. Then we'll be back talking about love versus companionship and dating in the modern times. We'll be right back.
We've had a number of potential nannies come through already. Do you think you can manage?
Yeah, I will.
Of course.
I'm Malcolm.
Hi.
I'm the grocery boy. Well, grocery man.
Lead the way. Allow me to introduce Mr. Hilscher. And this is our son, Brahms.
Was it on?
Music gives him so much joy.
Brahms is not like the children. It is very important that you follow these rules. Be good to him and he'll be good to you.
No, it kept saying like I just gotta. This is creepy. Can you please turn it off? I'm so uncomfortable with what's happening right now.
It's a doll. Look,
I needed someone else to see it.
See what?
1 second.
If there was wrong, it was your side.
This is like some kind of magic trick, right?
No, this is terrifying. Why would you watch this?
Tell me about the real Brahms.
He was downright strange. A little girl from town used to come out here to play with bronze. They found her body in the woods. By the time the police arrived, the place was up in flames.
If you are joining us now on DINtv, we were just talking about love and companionship, but Kayla also... Wait, how did we get there?
Okay. The reason why was... I don't know why. I think I was just thinking of the old cup. Well, actually, it was stupid for me to show that because I can't give away the ending of why.
Oh.
Darn it! So if you guys saw the point, maybe you'll know what I was trying to get with the companionship.
Top marketer on Meerkat said that he would take the money, and I think that's what a lot of people think, that the money marriage will be the best one. But I honestly think the love one might be the best, because the companionship I think ends up being like a friend, and friends are great, but like you want to be in a relationship where you're also...
I'd rather be like rich and miserable than be in love and poor. Let's get that straight right now. You know? What about you guys? What do you think? I think if you don't have money, you can't. There's a lot of problems that it'll create for you and your partner.
No matter how in love you are, a lack of funds will always add unnecessary stress to your relationship. And Marie 5755 on Periscope agrees.
Oh, do a Periscope back?
Thanks for checking in, Marie. We really appreciate it. So what do you guys think about relationships in 2016? Kayla was just talking about how she met her boyfriend on Tinder and how that worked out, and how she doesn't like Bumble because the girl has to initiate the conversation with the guy if you're in a heterosexual situation.
There's a few other ones too. There's Hinge now, Coffee and Bagel
Coffee and Bagel.
I always see the ad for it on Instagram. I haven't checked them out, but yeah, I mean, there's a bunch. And guys, if you have any dating sites, let us know.
And how they worked out for you, because I'm very intrigued by how this works, especially because we're actually on we're on DIN3 on DINtv.com. We're just talking about the blizzard up north, Jonas blizzard. And while it is bringing a lot of snow, do you know what happens whenever it snows a lot up north? You know what they say occur about 9 months later? Blizzard babies.
Oh my
Blizzard
God.
babies, for those of you who don't know, are a phenomenon that occur when it snows frequently, when people are typically in their houses for long amounts of time due to inclement weather, and out of boredom and romanticism and a lot of wine and a lot of conversation, you get pregnant. So
wait, why is it called Jonas Blizzard?
Because the Jonas Brothers are making a comeback. Whoa. I have no idea.
No, it can't be.
But the blizzard babies are like a real term. So anticipate many of your friends announcing pregnancies and giving birth around September or October of this year. That is so interesting. But Kayla's finding out why they named the blizzard Jonas Blizzard.
Yeah, what? Are they that famous?
No, it's not for the Jonas Brothers.
What do you think it's for?
Probably because they just go alphabetically and it's time for J, because there's like never a blizzard. Although I will say that for those of you who are inside watching DINtv.com, due to being forced in your homes by the blizzards and not having public transportation in Philly, New York, or DC, please know that we in Miami are experiencing similar effects. It is probably 60 degrees here, and it's just tragic.
Oh yeah.
The weather here is...
So this is actually interesting. I'm reading on the Atlantic.com on their science archive. It says, because winter storms don't spin up like cyclones do, the Weather Channel has had to get more creative in its definition of the storms. In 2015, it decided that any storm that affected 2 million people or 400,000 square kilometers would get a name. I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either. That's awesome. That's a large threshold. That's a lot of people.
Yeah,
that are being
well, it's the whole East Coast, I'm pretty sure. But it says this weekend's storm is the 10th to meet the criteria since October.
Oh, wow.
And is projected to affect up to 85 million people. So it's Winter Storm Jonas. So, but there's other names for this storm. They're calling it Jonas, Snowzilla, David Snowy, and the blizzard of 2016, which is just...
Well, calling it the blizzard of 2016 is very dangerous because that implies that it is the only one. And you guys, it's only January 23rd. You could have a lot more in your future, so just be aware.
In the north, especially, I mean, like I said, from New York, yeah, it's gotten cold, but it's just gotten cold, and we have so many more months of winter ahead of us.
I know, and I feel so bad for people, especially in, again, major cities like New York, DC, and Philadelphia, because I'm from DC, and they announced on January 22nd, yesterday, or maybe even Thursday night, that they were actually shutting down metro services, including the train, buses, and Metro Access, which provides complimentary rides to disabled persons.
Wow.
All those services are shut down in anticipation of and because of the storm Hurricane Jonas. So if you live in DC and don't have a car, or were planning on just hanging out with your friends and taking the train to see them, your plans have been shot, because this snow is, for once, the weather people got it right, and
Yes.
which is great. I think that's also important. When I used to live in DC, I used to be so frustrated when the weather folks would make a call regarding the weather, and the city, as a result, would react and suspend services or cancel school, and you're like, and then nothing would happen, because you're like, what a colossal waste of resources. But as I grow older and we go through these natural disasters, and we see things like Hurricane Katrina, where there was an underreaction and a lot of chaos and havoc was wreaked as a result, I appreciate when city officials, like the ones in New York, and all these flights being canceled out of New York and the Northeast, when they make that call. And, you think it certainly inconveniences many people. But I think at the end of the day, it's much safer.
Oh, yeah. So I have a question, and this is for our Meerkatters or Periscopers, and Blab, of course. If you guys could name this storm, what would you call it?
Oh, that's a really good question.
This is kind of fun. Winter storm. I'm still trying to figure out why they call it Jonas.
Marie on Periscope said that the weather in DC and Virginia is terrible, and that she's snowed in, which sucks. But I mean, the good news is, and what's worse about when it snows like this?
What's that?
And you're from New York, so you can likely relate. I'm from DC. It's so great when it snows on a Wednesday or a Thursday, and you have school or work off. But like, your weekend just ruined, you guys. So let us know if you're watching on Periscope or Meerkat. Log into DINtv.com so you can interface with us and let us know how this is affecting your weekend, your time off, because this is your time where you want to hang out with your friends.
My friends have all made it safely to Meatpacking District, to the bar at Spice Market, so I think they're doing just fine.
Dang, I was so worried.
I was so worried. Yeah, so they seem to be enjoying themselves. I got some 4:30 p.m. text yesterday from my friend.
Oh, that's nice.
So yeah.
I was actually reading that there were a lot of people who were planning to travel, like down to Miami, for example, on Saturday or Friday. Everyone, once they announced the storm, everyone tried to move their flights up. So there were so many standby flights.
I know people that are here too that just traveled here, and they're probably like, please, like, storm, they probably want it to just last so that way they won't make their flight back.
Yeah.
They have a legitimate excuse.
Of course. I don't know what I would do.
Before, when I was visiting from New York.
Oh, really?
Yeah. There was a storm in October, which is crazy now that I think about it. There was a huge snowstorm in October. I didn't have a flight until, was it a snowstorm? It was a storm, regardless. In October, when me and my friends came down for my birthday, my friends had to fly back on like a Sunday. I had at least until like Tuesday or Wednesday down here for my birthday. And yeah, they were kind of screwed by work and school, and they just had to, get stuff done in the hotel and fly back later. But okay, so now that we're on the topic of storms, my biggest fear, I just was thinking about this. I am so scared of natural disasters. It's incredible.
Really?
Knowing that like you don't have control over something is just, and nature is just so scary.
Yeah.
I always have these nightmares that I look at, like I'm in my Miami apartment and a huge like tsunami comes and like wipes me out.
That's
Do you have any fears of natural disasters?
I honestly don't.
That's
really interesting. And it's shocking because those of you just joining us, we're talking about natural disasters, Jonas Blizzard in particular, but now we're sort of shifting the conversation to natural disasters and how they affect sort of our day-to-day life and how we deal with fear. Natural disasters to me are kind of like terrorism. You can either live in fear or you can't, right? Like,
yeah. Wait, real quick before we get back to natural disasters.
I have no idea.
Give your pick on Syracuse, Virginia game tomorrow? Syracuse, duh.
Sure.
Orange, bleed orange.
Well, UVA is orange too, because I'm from DC and you're from New York.
All right,
so
whatever.
Fine, I'm going to go with UVA.
Okay, I'm gonna go with Syracuse. My brother went to Lemoyne College, and I just, Syracuse is in New York. He lived in Syracuse. I love Syracuse, and that's that. Anyways, back to natural disasters. You don't have any fear.
I don't have, because again, I sort of find natural disasters akin to terrorism. I mean, obviously they're very different, but I think the breadth of the damage that it brings and the solidarity that can result.
I think it's scary that you don't even. Well, I think they could even just do much work. I mean, as years go by, and there's climate changes and everything, and we don't really know. Yeah, we know where the Earth, what's it called? Sorry, sounds really. I haven't done science in so long. What's it called? The Earth, the cracks or whatever.
The crust, tectonic plates.
No, the plates. The plates. When the plates move, it causes the earthquake, and then
tectonic plates. I remember that.
So under the sea or under the ocean, when they move, they cause the tsunamis.
Yep.
So we know where they are, and we can kind of detect like the pattern of when they happen, but the damage that they can actually do, I'm sure like eventually with global climate change and everything that's going on, it could wipe out, I'm sure.
It could.
It could wipe out like an entire.
I mean, look what happened with the dinosaurs. Oh, thanks so much. I'm sorry. I don't know. For those of you just joining us, we're talking about the Jonas Blizzard and other natural disasters, and Kayla's very rational fear of natural disasters.
I just hate tsunamis. Like, I'm so scared of them.
And it makes you, so let's say you were, because obviously in 2004 or 5, we're going to find out. By the way, if you're just joining us on DINtv.com, we're posting links for you about plate tectonics to take you back to Earth science in 6th grade. But let's talk about that big tsunami in 2004 that wiped out much of Thailand, Phuket in particular, and many people, including the supermodel Petra Nemkova, were left devastated. Of course, she's not indicative of many people who were left devastated, but she was one of the more
the Indian Ocean
notable
earthquake and tsunami
celebrities. But that was 11 years ago, and they're still rebuilding. So you're saying that because of the havoc that you've seen wreaked by things like the 2004 tsunami, or things like Hurricane Katrina, or the tornado that was like in Oklahoma.
I actually just got really hot talking about that. Like, you know what? Okay, so I think we were talking about this another day. We don't know what's in the ocean, number one. We've only discovered less than 10% of it we've explored. I think it's either like 3 or 7%. 3 or 7% of the ocean, okay? The amount that humans have explored. First of all, we don't even know what kind of creatures are in there. So I've told a story before about how I have scuba dived.
I'm not
back to Canada. I'm not either. I'm just gonna finish my story.
Yeah.
So even scuba diving and
hey Carol, thank you for joining on Periscope.
Yes, you beat me to it. So even that freaks me out enough, just not knowing what could come at you. But now imagine a tsunami, a huge wave. I mean, drowning is just scary enough, but then like having all of whatever in the ocean coming at you, absolutely not. Do not sign me up for that, please.
That's true. Hey Carol, hey Carol, you're just joining us on DINtv.com, and we are talking about the Jonas Blizzard and how scary it is. And we're also talking about, Marie can tell you more, we're talking about our fears of natural disasters and the havoc that they can wreak over a life that came out of nowhere. Oh, Carol's coming in from Russia. I say hi, Russia. Hello, Russia.
Hello, Russia.
Carol, let us know, is Russia prone to any natural disasters? Because I think you're right, Kayla. I was reading something recently about a tsunami, because again, it's that feeling of being taken over and being dragged under.
Yeah, dragged under. Drowning is just so, I can't even imagine. That's so scary. It's definitely one of my biggest fears. I used to have nightmares over this.
Have you ever looked up, because you said you have dreams, you have nightmares, right?
Yeah, I've watched a few shows, and I probably shouldn't have, succumbed myself to this. I've watched a few shows, I think it's on Discovery or something, with like natural disasters. Not only that, but like alien stuff, and what are the Bermuda Triangle, and then there's one in Japan, also, I think it's called like the Dragon Triangle or something like that. But all of that stuff I'm scared of.
Really?
I want no part of.
Well, if you're just joining us, we're talking about what your dreams mean. And Amy Campion, who's a dream interpreter on the internet, so again, take everything with a grain of salt, says, and are you ready for this, Kayla? I feel like I'm going to
NASA.
Hey, boo.
They said Robertson.
Dreams of a tidal wave, a tsunami, or any massive wave may be common, but this does not make them any less terrifying or disturbing. Yada, yada, yada. Tidal waves often appear in our dreams when we are under a lot of pressure or when something or a significant change is occurring. They may be an indication that we feel a little overwhelmed, that maybe we fear we won't be able to cope or adjust with what we see in our own future. They may occur as recurring dreams, with the wave getting bigger or closer over subsequent nights. This may correspond to our increasing anxiety or the looming date we fear getting closer. It is worth recognizing that when we have these tidal wave dreams, there's often an area of our life that we are not looking at clearly or that we're avoiding. Tidal wave and tsunami dreams remind us that if we don't confront and deal with things that are out of balance in our life, then they will confront us first. There are fewer, clearer signs of confrontation than standing right before a towering body of surging water.
Wow.
So let's have a little bit of therapy with Kayla today.
That's incredible.
I'm Dr. Peter, and you're my patient. What's going on? What's going on with you?
Well, I haven't had this dream recently, but I know that when I have had it, like maybe a year ago, I think maybe, you know what? It may have been the transition. I'm trying to think of exactly when I've had it, you know, leaving college and being scared of what's really coming.
Yeah.
Or, you know, adulting. Per se.
Adulting is hard.
Adulting's so hard. It's scary.
Well,
but so it said, what did it say? It means that you're scared of what's coming? Or?
Yeah, if you're anticipating a big change in the future or scared or you have a lot of pressure on you right now and you're waiting for like a deadline or something in the future. And maybe some of our blabbers can relate. Let us know. I just saw that someone joined us on Periscope. Let us know if there's been a time where you've been so overwhelmed that you have this like, I don't know, overarching fear that sort of envelops you and freaks you out, because that is what it means to have a dream about a tsunami or a tidal wave.
That's so incredible. I would have never even thought of to look that up.
Oh, I think sometimes though, when you look up a dream, it's sort of like opening this Pandora's box. It's like when you go to a psychic, like you can if you want to, but like I want no parts of it because like, or it's like when you have a cough and you think that you are, have you ever seen like a mole on your neck or a lump and you're like, oh my God, and then you look it up and it's like, you have cancer, you're dying tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
And then you find out that it's just like a mosquito bite. And you're like, oh, that was a little bit of an overreaction.
Like
I see Kevin has just joined us on DINtv.com.
Hi, Kevin.
Look at that. Kevin, you guys made the transition from Periscope to DINtv.com. It's really easy. Did you say, Kevin?
Who told you I was transitioning?
Well, it's trendy in 2016.
It's
so we can't let Caitlin get all the shine
over this conversation.
Kevin, I love it. Okay, so Kevin, have you ever had a tidal wave dream or a tsunami dream?
We're trying to be therapists today for our friends and viewers.
What dream are you asking about? Are
you overwhelmed? What's going on with you?
I'm not overwhelmed. It's 2016, and it's just like,
I'm over it.
I'm a 90s kid, so like it's coming up, and it's just like I can't like real life is coming too soon. Like
I don't want to adult anymore.
Wait, you said adult. I thought you said Adele because my transition from that. If you're just joining us on Periscope, Meerkat Lab, we were talking about natural disasters and hurricanes. But a natural disaster that occurs to all of us all the time is adulting and growing up.
Talk about a disaster.
This guy said, he said, this is a generation where people mature quicker, but take longer to grow up.
Oh, that's real.
Oh, that's true.
And I think it's so true because it's like, I feel like our generation, we're like kids, but like doing adult things. If you get
If you're just watching us on your apps, Kevin, one of our DINtv.com viewers, said that he read a quote that said, where our generation is, say it again, I lost it.
We mature faster, but grow up slower.
We mature faster, but grow up slower. So if you're watching us on Periscope or Meerkat, let us know what that phrase means to you. But it's actually really interesting to say that because Adele, the singer who's just a beast in terms of sales and music, and will also punch you in the gut anytime you want to cry.
I'm over
Beyonce.
Don't.
Oh, I mean, they're both queens in their own way. But Adele,
No.
Okay.
Adele,
Adele is
part of Adele.
100%.
You like Adele?
Yeah, I'm team Adele.
Hell no.
Wait, let me just get this point out, and then I'm going to fight both of you because you're both wrong.
No.
Adele CD 25, if you listen to her talk about it, it's obviously sold a bajillion copies at this point. But it's not a sad breakup CD the way we're used to from Adele. She talks about, much on the CD she talks about is how growing up sort of changed her and how her life is very different than what she expected. And like in a good way, like she has a child and this fame and this money, but like what she's used to or what she expected, like the things that she used to love as a child have changed. And there's a song on the CD called A Million Years Ago that if you don't have 25, first of all, what are you doing? Second of all, get it and listen to A Million Years Ago, because she literally just says like,
Can you put it on Spotify?
I miss the air, I miss my friends, I miss my mother, I miss it when life was a party to be thrown, but that was a million years ago. So it's about like how life changes and like things happen, and it's cool, but it also sucks because you sort of just want to like hang out with your friends and sit in the park and do nothing. But Kayla,
you better have a good excuse for your explanation. If you say Lady Gaga, I'm hanging up this phone right now.
No.
So if you're just joining us, we're talking about adulting and how it's scary. Now we're talking about Adele, and Kayla, Kevin, and I have varying opinions on Kayla and Beyonce.
Kayla and Beyonce. Let me take the mic. Okay.
Oh, she's about to drop.
Literally take the mic.
Let's give her moment.
First of all, I will not. I don't think I have even. And you're gonna get. I know Kevin's gonna start yelling and interrupting me as soon as I say this. That hello, it's me song. I don't even know what it's called.
It's called Hello.
Hello. Okay. Hello by Adele. The song comes on in the car. Right. I'm driving. I hear her. Okay, Adele. I know it's you. I love the sunglasses, by the way.
I know, it's super bitchy. I love it.
So great. Anyways, so I hear it, and I don't think I've ever listened to the full song.
Oh, that's...
I know, I won't. And you know why? You know why? Because I don't need to hear you whine. I feel like she just cries the whole time. You can't compare that to Queen Bee. First of all, Beyonce sings, she dances. She is it. She's hot. She's a diva. She's powerful.
Smack it in the air. Smack it in the air. Put your hands up. Smack it in the air.
You can literally never. Don't do it.
Okay, so Adele is like...
That is some Illuminati ritual. She has
hello, I'm talking.
Ooh.
Hello, it's me. I'm here to talk and tell you about Queen Bee. So anyways, Adele, what does she do? She sings, and she's a good voice, whatever, but she like whines the whole time. She's not cute. Great, good for
15-second warning
for her for her weight loss. She doesn't entertain. She just like gets you in the emotion, and that's it. And
that's what she's supposed to do. She's singing.
Okay, but I don't care. I'd rather be like imitating the 7-Eleven video in the mirror with my girlfriends rather than crying in the car.
Thank you.
Every day listening to Adele.
That was
Absolutely not. I'd rather feel enriched and powerful than.
If you're just joining us on Boycotts, Blab, and Pairs, head over to DINtv.com. But we're talking with our viewers on DINtv about somehow we shifted to Adele versus Beyonce and a battle of the divas. So we've had a pro Beyonce bashing Adele moment, and now we're going to have a rebuttal from Kevin, one of our viewers. So Kevin, you have the floor.
Honestly, Adele doesn't need all the show pony tricks. She doesn't need to twerk her ass up. She doesn't need to put on
because she's talking about
all of that. Her voice evokes that emotion from you.
So does Beyonce.
Beyonce is a great performer. I'll give her that. She performs great, but I don't see her on the same level as Adele. Adele evokes emotions from me. Like Beyonce evokes like more like I'm going to the club in the car.
No.
You are not breaking up with your boyfriend and listening to Beyonce.
Yes, I can. Yes, you can. There are songs.
What are you listening to?
If you're just joining us, one of our DINtv.com viewers, Kevin, is very pro Adele and very anti Beyonce and saying that Adele.
Oh my God, I'm not anti Beyonce.
Where's the beehive? Open it DINtv now and just.
The lingerie is bae for above all.
I would like to, and you know, it's so great because the good thing about DINtv.com is that everyone has a voice, and we all have a spectrum because we have Kayla on one of the spectrum, which is very. She likes music fast and loose. We have Kevin on the opposite end of the spectrum, and he likes his music to be like empathetic and deep and evoke feelings in him. And then you've got me in the middle. You have me in the middle who can literally go from like popping it on a handstand to 7-Eleven to then being feel in a ball
listening to someone like you. And I think that's the beauty of a platform like DINtv.com. And I wonder if any of our viewers on Meerkat or Periscope have any similar sort of visceral reactions to music. Because you know how you can be in a really bad mood and then you'll hear that beat to Crazy in Love and you're like, no, I don't know that.
All right, guys, I'm gonna share this. Let me know if this evokes any emotion for you. Not like a different kind of emotion.
What is bitch screaming about now? Who is this, Beyonce?
You should already know. The Queen Bey.
Just don't let her to talk or do an interview.
Okay, he is really trying it.
Because you know I'm doing it too. I'm literally all stand up there. I just gotta know y'all be.
Who needs to talk when you can talk without speaking?
But you know what? I'm gonna make this a little bit deep for a second because I think we can only watch this for like 40 seconds anyway. For those who Kayla has put on. This is how Kayla seduces her boyfriend. She listens. Dance for You by Beyonce. If you guys are watching on your apps, go to YouTube and watch the Dance for You video by Beyonce. But we're gonna have to do that because you know what I want to say.
Wait, what did you say about the video? Sorry, Kev, what'd you say?
I said, has she not released her album Beyonce with all those music videos, it wouldn't have sold as much as it did.
If you don't get the fuck
yeah, wait, what's your opinion?
You know what? I'm gonna make it a little. I think we're on Periscope again. I'm gonna make this a little deep because I think that I am a feminist. Learned it from Beyonce and Flawless, by the way, where she said that a feminist is a person who believes in the economic, social, and political empowerment or equality of the sexes. We learned that from Beyonce. But anyway,
which writer she stole that from?
She didn't. She actually gave complete credit to Chima
props finally
and Gozia DJ. But what do you guys think, especially our viewers on Periscope or Meerkat or Blab? Okay, because we're talking about how there could be Adele or Beyonce, and no one ever says it about male artists. No one says you can't have Jay-Z and Kanye West. So what is the problem? Why do we pit women artists against each other, and not even women musicians, women actresses, female comedians? Female politicians. Why is that the case? I think it's a little bit sexist. What do you guys think? Why is it that we're saying there can only be one queen of the music industry? Because there was a time, you guys, where you had like Aretha Franklin, you had Diana Ross, you had Gladys Knight, you had Patti LaBelle, you had all these like iconic singers coexisting at the same time. You know,
divas. It's part of the look. It's part of the aesthetic.
It's the lore, but remember, we had like VH1 divas. Remember, VH1 divas had Aretha Franklin, Mariah Carey, Shania Twain, Celine Dion, Gloria Estefan, like divas who were like at the top of their own individual fields, but they weren't being pitted against each other. So why are we pitting Beyonce? They don't dislike. I bet they are huge fans of each other. In fact, Adele said that. She read that people didn't want her that people said that she did an interview with Time magazine, and she said something along the lines of, I'm going to find you guys the quote, that she lives and dies for Beyonce. She said that
after the fact.
Adele said, saying like she was women against each other, and this is what Adele said. This is a direct quote from her Time magazine interview. Whoever started that rumor about me not wanting to do a deal with Beyonce must have been having a laugh, because anyone who knows me knows that my main priority in life outside of my child is Beyonce. Of course, that's hyperbolic on her part, but the point is, these women respect each other. They probably have a very cordial professional relationship. So there's no reason why we need to pit them against each other.
Listen to this. Beyonce praises Adele. She says, I feel like I'm listening to God.
Like, those are not empty words that these two women have used to describe each other and their art.
Contracts with blood signed, so they better be repping for each other.
Listen to this. After calming herself down, Adele was inspired to create her own alter ego, a combination of Beyonce's Sasha Fierce and country legend June Carter. I went out on the balcony crying hysterically, and I said, what would Sasha Fierce do? That's when Sasha Carter was born. And she says the name, or she says the name that she uses to pump herself up.
That is
that what they call invoking spirits now, pumping myself up?
You got to do what you got to do, Kevin. You know what? This is a great time to switch DINs to DIN2 for friendship. And I see Devon is back. So, Devon, tell us what friendship means to you. Are you and your friends competitive? Are you guys, because you're 13, you guys got a lot. Are you? What does friendship mean to you, Devon? We haven't been your age in a while. Phil, what does friendship mean to you?
I'm his age right now.
What? Someone you can talk to?
Someone you can talk to. What do you talk to your friends about? Anything? Everything?
No, not really.
What do you talk to them about, Devon?
Stuff.
Sports, girls, guys.
Yep. Nope.
Okay.
Well, that's good. Friendship to me is actually really important to be able to sit with your friends and sort of talk about silly things like this, but also very important things. I think that friends are supposed to push you to be better, right?
For me, I've actually
friends with benefits. Is that what you guys are talking about?
We're
not.
No,
Saturday shows we're uplifting.
Yeah.
Just some uplifting with friends with benefits.
Good day.
Friends with benefits.
There'll be a lot of lifting. I'm picking up.
Anyways, I need my friends to be loyal to me, and recently I've experienced this, which I've realized which my friends are good friends and not bad, and which friends are bad friends.
Drama.
I know. I just want to make sure that none of my friends put me in an uncomfortable situation. And knowing that going into the situation, if you address it before it's even on the table, don't put me in an uncomfortable situation, or else you're not my good friend.
That is
right now.
I'm calling you out right now.
They are watching because she's just like,
yeah. No, but that's real, because what you want to do,
you have to be good to your friend. If you're gonna do this for your friend, you should be doing. If you're willing to, that's the one thing. What's that quote? It says, "Don't." A lot of people are end up disappointed because just because you're willing to do or something for someone, don't expect them to do just the same for you or something.
That's right. You know what?
I botched the quote, but it's something like.
You know what? Because Instagram has given us so many gems, so many.
What's that?
No, when you scroll through and you see those quotes,
oh yeah.
It really makes you think about
the
we're going back to DIN2, you guys. We're not talking about baby Cara Delevingne because
wait a minute.
That's not it.
She would not do that to her modeling career.
She doesn't even model anymore. She's in that movie Paper Moon. And Marie on Periscope agrees. My parents always taught me that friends and also romantic relationships are supposed to make you the best version of yourself, right? So you want to have your friends, and this is good for someone like you, Devon, because you're young and you're going to learn this as you grow. You don't want friends who are going to bring you down. You want to have positivity around you and be pumped up.
It's nice because in Miami, everyone is so everyone has an agenda. They're using you for something. They want something out of you, or there's.
Damn, girl, who you dealing with?
I live downtown.
No, it's in a city.
You have no idea.
It's true. I think when you're in a city, you have to be very discerning in a city that has a lot of ambition and a lot of money and a lot of
competition.
Competition is real, and competition is good if it's done the right way.
But it's I don't know. I mean, and it's always hard to meet friends after college, and once you do, it's hard to make sure that they're genuine.
It's really true. And there's something between being competitive and there's respectful competition, right? I see my friends are all really successful in their own fields, and you're I want to be the most successful, but you also want to be happy for their triumphs. You know what I mean? If your friend gets a raise, you want to pump them up and be there for them, and but then also be pushed to work harder in your own job so that you can not have the same sort of successes, and you guys can rub on those together. Because what's the thing you don't want? You don't want to be a hater friend, and every time your friend does something you're miserable, and you don't want to be the friend who's bitter, because that's lame. But you also don't want to be the friend who's so busy cheering for other people you forget about yourself. So I'm so curious what
accepts who you are.
Say that for the people in the back, Devon, because I don't think they heard you. Devon, if you're joining us on Periscope, Meerkat or Blab, young Devon is spitting some fire. He just say it again.
A true friend accepts who you are, but also helps you to become who you should be.
Did you just pick it out on the spot? Because you're preaching. Devon just said, a true friend accepts you for who you are, but also helps you become who you should be. And if we can get an amen in the back of the church for that, I would really appreciate it.
I'm a true friend. I'll tell you how it is. Like, I really, like, if you're asking me, well, how do I look in this? I'll tell you, like, girl, you look a mess. Like, you look a pickle. Go away.
You look like a sausage in a dress.
Like,
and that's really good. My friends and I were talking today. I think we all sort of gained the freshman 30 our freshman year of college. And we were like, why did no one tell us? Like, now my friends will say, listen, like, is everything all right?
Oh my God.
A little soft.
You want to know a funny story?
We don't gain weight.
The freshman, when I heard of the freshman 15, I thought the freshman 15 was like, because I only heard it from college people, I didn't really know what they were talking about weight. I thought, like, when guys would be like, oh, haha, freshman 15, I thought they were talking about, like, 15 people that you had, like, sex with or slept with. Like, you know, you're freshmen, like, guys are, like, whores or whatever. Man whores.
Really?
Okay, so bad story. Moving on.
Well, do any of our viewers have any experiences with friends that have been really good that you want to shout out or really bad that you don't? I'm going to make sure we're on Meerkat. I will be right back.
I started fresh. 2016 was the year of, like, I got a new phone. I don't have any contacts in my phone, so who's ever texted me or hit me up, I saved their number. If they haven't hit me up, then I'm not hitting them back up.
Well, you're such a diva.
No, I'm just doing that because, like, I don't have time for it. Like, people try to leech on to, like, my aesthetic, and I don't have time for it.
What do you think about that, Devon?
I don't like friends who, like, act different whenever other people are around.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, like, if they get around a certain type of people, then they, like, change.
Yeah, give me an example.
We're about to go anyway, so.
Like, whenever I was with my friend one day, and, like, his brother's friends were around, and he, like, I was like, hey, man, you don't come to my house, and then he was like, no, I don't want to hang out with you. I don't even know why you're here.
Whoa, that's just, like, not cool.
They use you as, like, a way to be, like, an icebreaker.
Can you recap for
us? Like, use, like, their shy, timid friend as, like, an icebreaker where they, like, pick on them so people, like, talk, and then they start talking.
Wait, Devon, tell Peter again what you just said.
I'm going to recap for our app viewers. What'd you say, Devon?
Star him.
I said, one of my friends, his brother's friends came around, and then he asked him if he wanted to come over, and then he was like, no. He said, I don't even know why you're here.
He said, I don't want to hang out with you. I don't know why you're here. That's so. He said he doesn't like it when friends act different in front of other people.
Let's talk about that. That's really interesting. If you're watching,
like straight up bullying.
If you're watching on Periscope or Meerkat or Blab, one of our DINtv.com viewers, Devon, mentioned that he doesn't like when his friends act different around different people. So, like, if your friends and they're at your house and they say, "Come over to my house," and they have the, you know, older kids or an older kid and try and act different around, like,
you're not gonna, like, I don't want to hang out with you. Why are you even here? That's rude.
It's really rude.
I'd punch him in the face and run away.
It really makes you, like, re-examine, like, why you're hanging out with that person.
Yeah,
right?
why
because, like,
have you hung out with that person since, Devon?
That was back in New York.
Oh shit. Man, I don't like that person.
Yeah, that's not really cool.
That actually got under my skin a little bit.
Well, that's the thing. You got to look for.
Hi, Kirill. Welcome to Blab.
We have a blabber.
Hi, Kirill. Come join us on DINtv.com.
Join us at DINtv.com. We are doing the wrap-up, and this episode is shifted to the topic of #friendship. We are talking about qualities in good friends and what you would like to have your friends represent to you. Can any of our blabbers let us know what we're talking about? We are mentioning things like fake friends, or you want your friends to be supportive, or you want your friends to sort of push you in friendly competition, or...
You know what? I heard something once. Sorry to cut you off.
No.
I heard that a friend, it stands for friends will fry you till the end, or something like that. I was like, that's crazy. Fried.
Friends will like, as in, like...
But I don't get it, because it's supposed to be your friend. Have you ever heard of that?
That's, like, I think, a really dangerous quote.
Yeah. Maybe.
The quote, I didn't hear it.
Friends will fry you to the end.
Until the end.
That's, like, sad.
I know, it really is.
Is the word fry or, like, the F word?
Fry, like friend, fry, end.
Fucking fry.
Hi, Douglas.
Hey, Douglas, how's it going?
How's what going where?
How are you on this Saturday afternoon, Douglas?
Absolutely horrendous.
Oh, what's going? Are you?
What's going
something
on?
happened with a friend of yours? Fill us in. Give us the tea.
I think they were talking about this last night.
What?
Something about our baby boomer parents holding us back.
No, that's not the subject we're talking about now, Douglas.
Fuck that bullshit.
What do you guys talk about?
Okay, terrible friends, baby boomer parents holding us back. In this case, it's the same thing.
So, what do you think would hold you back if not baby boomer parents or friends?
Are you drinking?
Yeah, other than that big chug of wine.
Yeah, I think drinking in the middle of the afternoon holds you back.
No, it actually helps me.
Oh, that's interesting. Huh.
Oh my god.
Oh boy.
So,
Okay.
Douglas, where are you located? Are you affected by the Hurricane Jonas, the Blizzard Jonas? Girl. If you were joining us on Blab, Meerkat, or Periscope, let me fill you girls into something. My name is Peter Davidson. I don't have time for it. So we will hit you with a swift block because we don't do the internet buggery. Thank you so much in advance.
Also, if you're drunk and you come on and you don't have anything to,
Yeah, we're gonna hit you. We're gonna hit you with the mute, and we're gonna say God bless you.
God bless. Have a good day.
Because we're not here for the
Take care of
internet
that
thugs.
alcohol.
But
Yeah, you haven't seen any like Middle Eastern people on Blab today?
None. One viewer and it's Corel.
So what happened to like the other one from the other day?
I feel like are you like in love with someone?
No.
Oh.
Why would you say that? I'm not in love with anyone.
Because you literally just did this. Have you seen any of you?
Have you seen? No, I think it's the time of day. Honestly, it's early on a Saturday. I think people are snowed in.
People are snowed in and want to be entertained by our conversation.
Yeah. Anyways, let's switch topics.
What's the bitchiest thing you guys have ever done in your life?
The bitchiest thing I've ever done in my life?
This is fun. Ladies first. I've got a million. I'm trash.
I think I have
I'm
a few
trash
things,
for the
but
record.
the most, okay, two things actually. Once me and my friends, we called a cop on a party. In high school.
Was it because you weren't invited?
No, I forget what the reason was. I think it was like there's like boy drama with like a girl, and then like it was her party and she was having it, and then like I don't know, there's some shit. And yes, I'm telling you now, 10 years later, that was us that called the cops in your party. Also, more recently, when me and my current boyfriend, we broke up. Sorry, boo, if you're watching.
You're back together.
I actually scrubbed your toothbrush in the toilet where all the brown shit.
Oh my god! I would kill you.
I'm not bitching. Hashtag petty.
And I Snapchatted it and sent it to everyone. And I told your roommate, and he laughed and loved it. Sorry, you're just finding out now, but there you go.
To all our viewers on Blab or Periscope, light a candle tonight for Kayla because she's about to be light a candle for her relationship because it's about to die.
Pour some out
for your homie because Kayla's probably
pour some for the homie.
Peter, isn't that a form of assault? Like, can he like go to like the police about that?
Well, yeah, you may want to be careful.
Yeah, you can. Like, that's a form of assault. I think I saw a Judge Judy episode like that.
Yeah, you may want to just.
All right. Anyways, moving on. Let's not tell them.
Look up the statute of limitations on that.
Sorry, guys.
I wouldn't say I've done bitchy things.
The bitchiest thing I've ever done is take somebody's.
What?
Is what?
Take my best friend's man.
Are you guys still friends?
It's not a joke. It's for real. It happened.
Are you friends?
That happened before too.
Yeah. I'm Kevin. Like you're gonna still be friends with me. It's not.
Actually, you want to know a funny story? That actually happened to me with like my first love. My best friend took my man, so I had sex with him while they were dating. So
yeah, it's cool. It's okay.
Sorry.
You're so lucky no one's watching this right now.
Honestly, like
I know. I'm being super vulgar, but it's Saturday. So.
It's Saturday wrap up on DINtv.com, and there's
you should do my podcast with me.
Sorry. You want me to do a podcast with you?
You should. It's more raunchier than this.
No, okay, I don't know how raunchy I can get. That will probably be my
Okay, it's not. I'm not asking you like what your cervix looks like during the podcast. Okay.
Okay. So, anyways, I am. I'm almost 30. So just keep in mind.
Are you
people,
26? Shut up! I'm almost 30 because I'm 29.
Basically,
Shut up.
I am a grown-up and through trials and triumphs.
I would be so scared. Like,
just telling
what I would be doing.
I'm just telling my viewers.
If you were near 30, if you were 29, I hate you.
I know, like, I would be so scared. Like, I'll just be like, oh my god, like,
I mean,
of me?
I'm an adult. Like, I'm
no, but like the thing is, when you're like, hi Russia, thank you so much for checking in with us.
God.
If you're like a baddie like me, then you're like kind of ready for it. And I feel like I like am en route to my best. Like,
is that Periscope or Meerkat?
It's Periscope.
Wait, we were on this whole time.
Yeah.
Oh,
I know. So I think that
oh my god.
at 29, I probably like on my way to like my best body and like best face and best mind. Like, you want to be like the best you can be.
Don't worry, Kayla.
Professionally, all this stuff is good. When all your ducks are in a row, you're like ready to go to roll into 30. If I were like a mess, I'd be super nervous. But
you have a man? Are you dating?
I'm in a like me.
Yeah, how long?
I'm in a long-term relationship. We've been together for like 2 years, but known each other for 8. We live together. We have a puppy.
Wait, I want to
know that is so cute.
I got a question.
I have an answer.
What's
is
your
he
question?
like right around the hall from you guys?
No.
Yes, he is.
Friend, let me tell you something. Again, my name's Peter, and I'm not with the shits. We don't have a reason to lie to you.
But look, I saw it was yesterday, and he was trying to get these headphones for me. So he went over there, and I saw his hand over there. He got the headphones and we left. And it says DINtv in the back.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, but that doesn't mean that he's here. First of all,
he is. I know he's here.
But we're in a studio. No, we're.
This is a funny question.
Okay, they're laughing at you, but like we're in a studio.
I know
you can see. You can see our studio.
Why are you worried about where I'm at, Mr. John?
Because I know you were in there. You were in like the same building as him.
Do you think that?
I know.
Well, how much of your allowance would you
Devon,
bet
what's
on
the
that?
bitchiest thing you've ever done?
Besides call us out.
No,
I think that is.
I know, because you got just tell the truth.
I'm gonna tell you a truth. Here's the truth. I'm a grown man. I won't tell you a truth. I won't tell you the truth.
Before we go, I want everybody to say the biggest story that they've encountered this week. Like, what new story really touched you this week?
The Kylie Jenner one.
What happened to her this week?
Tyga's actually has been seen out with her lookalike, like his new girl.
That happened yesterday.
What is that noise?
Someone is breathing heavy and their breath is hot on the mic, Joe.
Is that me?
The story that most I can tell you what most impacted me, and I'm sorry I'm going to get fired up again. So just, I'm sorry in advance.
Stacy Dash.
Oh Lord. Okay, it's all together. Here we go. Jesus be offense. Sarah Palin endorsing Donald Trump made me want to put my head through a brick wall because she made a speech for 20 minutes and did not say anything substantive, just screamed things that made sense, but were like made sense to like a population of people who like I'm not checking for regardless, and like who like
Sarah Palin, yeah, right?
Excuse me?
Kayla loves Sarah Palin.
And that's fine. I think she's great as like anything but a real life politician.
I do not love Sarah Palin.
And the thing about Sarah Palin is she probably has a ton of money. And she probably was like, she's probably like semi-smart, but like she and I like would never see eye to eye. And it's not because like she's a Republican and I'm a Democrat, or like she's a woman and I'm a man. It's because like I'm really smart and choose to read. And she looks at like Daily Mail and like paints her nails and like decides what color brown she should dye her hair. So she's not really smart. And then for Donald Trump to be like, oh, we got her, really annoyed me. And then for Donald Trump to back up Stacey Dash on some nonsense really made me want to put my head through a wall again. Because Stacey Dash, a woman who has not worked literally since 1995 with Dion Davenport and Clueless, is trying to tell people who are nominated for Academy Awards that they don't deserve it because they are just African American. As if she can literally even set foot on the red carpet. Like, get the F out of my life. I hate you.
Okay.
Moving on.
has really struck the chord with you.
She listen.
In other news,
My biggest
I
inspiration
love
for this
Dion.
week is probably
definitely one of my biggest struggles being a colored woman.
For the record, DINtv.com viewers as well as Periscopers, Blabbers, and Meerkatters. That is correct. You did hear Kayla say colored in 2016. So
I am a black woman, and I definitely don't.
Oh, you black. Rachel, I'm gonna ask you to get off the camera, please, Rachel.
But this was
Rachel. That's your new name, Kayla. Rachel.
You guys, this was the weekly wrap up on DINtv.com. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Oh, true, it's Rachel now. Sorry, guys. Yeah, thank you for tuning in. You're already out.
I didn't mean to.
Oh, it does that automatically. Sometimes it'll just kick you out automatically. So, all right, you guys. Devon, thank you for joining in.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Devon, enjoy the snow.
I know he is. He's right there. He's looking straight at him. He's right looking straight at him.
You're right. Look at you. Knocked out the park.
He's right there.
Boy, go outside and get off the computer.
I see it's great.
Thank you, Bob, for joining us. That's all for today. Or for us for today.
I can see him.
Oh,
that is not funny.
Go outside. When I was a kid, we went outside. Go outside.
Oh my god. I can't believe that was. I thought Periscope and Meerkat was down. That's why I was like.
Why'd they go down? Just.
He's right there. I saw him.
Oh my god.
I see. That's not him. That wasn't him, but.
Hater.
Hater!
Who was that?
I'm not a hater. I'm just
with the
saying
problem.
He comes in all the time. He does like weird shit. He'll just come in and be like, he'll be like, I'm drinking my pee.
How do we feel about this?
Seriously, he'll do it.
Can I literally say to someone that I'm not with the shits and I'm like,
Yeah, it's your show.
I just.
I said it, but
He's like, you're so lucky. I thought no one was watching. He's like, Periscope.
The cat's out of the bag.
What? I knew it.
You'll be like, that happens to me all the time. Like, I'll be talking and I forget Periscope and Meerkat are there. You know, you have friends that are stalkers, so they'll go on Periscope and know that you're on there. Like, my friend will be like, yeah, Kevin, I heard what you said the other day. I'm like, you weren't even in here. You're watching me on Periscope.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, how do I?
Oh my god, I can do that.
What?
Choose a discussion basically, and not that is cool. The friendship thing, or that's so much better than the fucking cat day.
Yeah.
For the first hour, I was like, fuck this. I have no idea what the fuck we even talked about. But the second hour, I really liked.
The kid was so funny. Devon.
What?
Who's next?
I think we're done for this. I think DINtv is done for the day.
What? Bye, you guys. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
I'm not going to use your mother's birth against you.
I mean, definitely. I mean, I shouldn't be able to go to Walmart, buy my sweet potato pie, and then go down the aisle and buy a gun, AK-47. Like, that's
Definitely not. Yeah, that's a really bad idea. No, give me a great country and charge me a little bit more. That's okay. I mean, I got a real big problem with the system we have right now. You come in, you're going to pay £300-400 for your kid to go to college.
I think a great tactic for the government would be to follow suit with what Portugal did, which was to legalize a lot of the drugs, they actually illegal drugs, but take money that they spend on prostituting people and spend it on putting people back into society. So if you were a former mechanic and you're now a drug addict and they're trying to rehabilitate